and we're going to continue. So we're at about 9 hours now on this. Am I having frame stutters? I am having a little bit of frame stutter when I'm in the open areas, but I was looking into how to fix that in the meantime, because they're gonna update the game. And I found that if you go into the settings and you do so anti-aliasing, you can either turn it off or have it as low as possible. Off is better, from what I've heard. I like anti-aliasing, so I'm gonna have it on low. I'll take a little bit of stutter to have the crisp lines and not have as as janky lines around everything. Depth of field, low or off, is good. And then motion blur off. I'm not sure if that really matters. I don't play with it. Those are the 3 settings I heard that were pretty good. And then if you have an NVIDIA card or an AMD card, whatever software you use, go into the actual GPU software, and you can screw around with the settings on that. And I think you can turn off the anti-aliasing in there too and do some other things, but it's the best I found so far. It's running okay. It's not running too bad. Depth of field definitely was something that I didn't have turned off or on low. I think it was on high before. Zico, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate it, man. Sounds good as always, Fish. Yeah, it's just the cloud lifter into the sound card. So the preamp in my sound card is turned up to almost like 90% or higher, which is not usually good. I don't prefer doing that. I like a lot of overhead room for the preamp, but it's not stressed out too much though. It's doing pretty good so far. And it's brand new. I've never used the preamp on this, so it's the first time it's ever being used for anything other than maybe recording instruments.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone.
What? What is this?
Pushing me about like that, and after all that grafting, where did that get you?
He's actually stomping on his head.
On me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Dude, that's crazy. So that was actually Godric without all of the fancy stuff, with all the people that he attached to himself, presumably.
Oh, hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
This guy's crazy. First, he sends us on a death mission through the outer, I guess, regions of the castle. So we kind of took the long way around to get to Godric. We didn't go through the gates, which I'm still kind of curious about. And now he's stepping on his head.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
So we freed the people, but the people are kind of sketchy.
Now, I
Interesting.
can do that.
Also, at the end of the stream yesterday, we actually just got the stats after beating Godric to get this this weapon. To use this weapon, sorry. It's the Tree Sentinel halberd. It's pretty cool. It's got a weapon art that actually boosts your defense and attack. So it's kind of like Sacred Oath, I believe. And with that bonus, even not upgraded at all, it's still better than the halberd +4, which is what I was using before. So that's pretty cool. So we're going to use this today a bit. It's pretty heavy. That's the issue. It's very heavy, so I'm going to have to take off some armor, unfortunately. Or increase the equip load, but now we can see the character's face. And I kind of want to put some upgrades into this too, so we're going to quickly go head over to the blacksmith, I guess. We'll go to the first area that you can upgrade this stuff with. The Church of Ela. And then I want to figure out how to craft some items, because I have so many materials. We haven't even sat down to craft anything yet. So I want to cook some items that might actually help with this. Got a green screen fish, I did. Yeah. It's a cool one, too. It collapses. You just, like, pull the handle and it comes to the ground. You started the game, Coda. You absolutely love it. But what do? That's exactly the whole point. You just do whatever you want, man. You going with a full strength build? Right now it kind of looks like that, but I do have the ability to use dex weapons, so I have the claws as well. And I do meet requirements for the claws. Let me see. Yeah, these things are pretty cool. You get the dash from the dagger that's in DS3 as the weapon art. Also, I updated the NVIDIA drivers to the newest one, so if I have more problems or anybody notices even more delay or lag or anything, it could actually be that the newest drivers for the game are kind of iffy too, because my settings are actually lower than they were before by a little bit. So we'll see what happens, but there could be the case that if somebody is getting issues, try using an older driver for your graphics card, because that's helped with the other games they've released before too. But it seems like it's okay so far. Doesn't seem too bad. Cryptid, what's up? What do you need to summon spirits? You need a bell. So there's an NPC. Once you get far enough, you come back here, and the NPC is right here. The settings seem to have helped a bit. Really? Okay, that's good. That's good. For me, like I said, I just changed my GPU drivers. The game didn't even pop up on the GeForce app or whatever, so I don't even know how that works, because it should have been a game that you can like optimize for the newest driver. But yeah, now I'm noticing like a few things I didn't notice as much before. But yeah, we'll see if it continues. That might have been something that actually made it worse. I don't know. Okay, somber smithing stone. I don't have any of those, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to pass on that for now. Let's see. So wait, how do you craft items again? Do you have to go to this thing right here? No, it's not the smithing table. Do you just go into here and then you like, oh, you can do it in the menu? Fireproof dried liver? What? That's pretty cool. Okay, I've never actually done this yet. We should look into this right now. Let's make some fire bombs, maybe. Bone dart. We can make throwing knives. Fire grease. Yes, we should do that. It's good. Make some arrows. Okay, so it's pretty simple. You literally just go in here and then you yeah, you just make the items immediately. That's really cool. So these things are super important, the finger remedies, so you can actually see summon signs. So if you make a lot of those, we can PvP and summon people. Can make some prison stones with that's why the ruin fragments come back all the time whenever you leave the area and you find them again, because the prism stones are not that good. What are these? Roa raisin. I'm not sure what that does. I'm gonna make a bunch of them though. You need to pick flowers to PvP. Okay, that's so cool. It's pretty awesome, dude. Well, maybe not flowers specifically, but the oh no, you do the early flower. You do, yeah, that's true. That's true. You are right. Do bosses give runes to get weapons, or do they just drop the weapons? Well, so the first boss I killed in the game did drop this weapon. The other ones I killed did not drop weapons, so depends, I guess. Also, Cade, what's up? How's it going, man? All right, we have to figure out where we're going now, because we just killed Godric, so I don't know. Oh, I guess like we got the mission from the round table guy, because we had killed. I think we killed the Mariner, and the Mariner gave us an item that he liked. And he was like, okay, so we're going to send you over to the Beast Clergyman over here. Summon Water Village. We have to head over to that area. Trying to think if there's anything else we didn't do yet. Oh, we didn't get the PvP item. Excuse me, the PvP item's over here, right? Let's go over and get that. Because I remember in that that scavenger hunt we did yesterday for the Twitch Gaming, we did find the PvP item. We didn't go there yet on this. Alien, thank you for the happy birthday. I appreciate it, man. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay, I'll be honest, this weapon's pretty cool just because it has a different moveset. It actually hits horizontal. The other halberd's just poking over and over again, so there is a bonus of using this. Has a map? It does have a map. It's so big you kind of need the map, to be honest. Okay, where are we heading? Actually, I should probably put a marker here. Where is it? Going the wrong way. I may have actually been on the wrong side of the water here. Yeah. Any tips for Margaret? Margaret, that's funny. I don't really have advice for it because I'm not really good at it, so I can't really say, man. It's hard to give advice for stuff that, like, the other dude that I killed, Godric, like, I could give advice for him because I actually did figure out how to kill him pretty much perfectly. Like, I would actually say he's probably easier than Margit for me, which might not make any sense, but that's just, like, I figured that out a lot better. So I could tell you how to kill him perfectly. The tree spirit, I could probably tell you how to kill perfectly. Tree sentinel, definitely I could do hitless, you know, stuff like that. But the yeah, Margit, I don't know, man. Margit is just like kind of, you really just got to pay attention to the attacks. You could parry him. You could try to get like poise damage on him and stagger him, but don't have any advice other than you can watch how I did it and see for yourself. It was pretty sketchy. Like, it was very, very sloppy overall. Have I found the scythe? I have not found the scythe, no. Henricus. Invaded by Henricus. Or Henricus. Oh, maybe I'll die. That's not good. This guy's got like a Vort hammer or something like that. Okay, this attack's kind of hard to hit with. There we go. Oh, you can jump backwards. I forgot to mention that. So you can be backing up, jump away, and then hit if they keep running towards you as well. I think using the buff from this weapon then switching back to this one might be better, unless they don't carry over. It's just faster for the running attack in the R1. Player NPC. This is an NPC. Oh. How am I liking Elden Ring, Nazareth? Dude, it's awesome, man. Here we go. Competitive multiplayer. Use Duelist Furled Finger to write a red summon sign. We got another remedy as well. Hammer Talisman. What does that do? Enhances stamina, reducing attacks against blockers. That could be pretty cool. Could use both of those. Although my equip load will be slow, won't it? Oh, maybe not. Okay, that's awesome, man. All I wanted was to fight as a warrior to the last. So why? Why, oh guidance of grace, will this door not open? Nothing. Yeah, I wonder what's actually inside of here. This must be like an event that happens later. If this even opens, because, yeah, it's like a big coliseum or something like that. Fumanro. So actually, we do get quite a bit of traffic. It's kind of, you have to also think like when a game comes out. So on a platform like this, 99, probably even higher than 99% of people will be taking a hit. And then the only way you can actually accrue more viewers on a new game is you actually have to stream before everybody else. You have to be on super early and then stream all day outside of the other people's schedules and do like 12-hour streams. That's pretty much all you can do. if you're within your own time frame and you're not actually getting on before other people, when the spotlight is the easiest to attain, there is no way to actually really do better for anybody other than like a fraction of a percent of streamers, because a fraction of a percent of streamers have like, you know, high 4 or 5 digit view counts, right? So you can't really compete with that even as a full-time streamer. So we actually are pretty lucky we can even get somewhat close to the regular amount of people that would watch if I stream at this time and then go for like 5 hours, right? So it's actually quite a privilege. I think that there's a misconception though, like that if you do something cool on a game before another game comes out and it's similar, that you will just get all the viewers. But it's impossible to know that because it's a spotlight-based thing. So people would have to know that you did that to be able to watch it. So once less people are on, it's less saturated, then you're going to get that result, except for, you know, if you don't stream enough or you don't like try to capitalize on those things. So I really have to stream constantly and also be on before other people get on the website when it's the #1 game being played. So I think that's been a misconception I've heard for years for every single thing that comes out, but really no one actually can avoid that, except for a fraction of a percent of people that just basically have unbelievably large audiences and carry them over to the #1 game directory that's being streamed, which is obviously right now. There's like 680,000 people watching this concurrently, probably millions and millions, tens of millions in and out. Who knows, you know? So I appreciate that, but I think we actually do get exactly what we deserve, and I can also get more with certain strategies once I implement them, but I'm not really willing to stream constantly either. You know? And people that do, if they can do it well, they do get an advantage from that, but it's not really worth it for me to go all day, right? So I think it's a pretty easy math equation when you look at it.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Sending gate, let's go there. Cherry Kool-Aid in the cup? No, it's just water. I haven't had cherry Kool-Aid forever. Well, oh yeah, also you have people that don't want spoilers too. Yeah, exactly. So floating traffic is more volatile, and then that's also easily attained if you have a ridiculously large channel. People that have ridiculously large channels are in a very small denomination. It's a very small percentage of the platform. So you have to think of it that way, and then look at where we are across all of the channels being, you know, playing this. Once we're at our peak, and it's like actually pretty high up. It's actually insanely high up. So I feel very fortunate for that. Got golden rune, nice. Someone was also making a good point too. I mean, like there is one formula that some people don't really have the, I guess, ethics to incorporate, which is controversy. Like if you can be controversial or entertain the idea of controversy on a regular basis, instantly you can gain like quite a more general audience, because people like drama, right? Or like really like, you know, crossing the line subjects are on the fine line of like, whoa, that was kind of sketchy. So if you can do that every day or all the time, and that's part of your channel too, you will also attain easier a higher view count just because of that. But then it's not going to be the quality of engagement and audience you necessarily want if you want a good experience, right? It'll be a lot more toxic. Like I was saying before, toxicity does actually sell, but it comes at a cost. So you have to think of a lot of those different demographics and archetypes and look at what is happening. Yeah, NEMS literally capitalized on that. That's why NEMS, I would say 50% of what NEMS does is just that, and the other half is really good gameplay. That's why his channel is huge, for that reason. But when you study these things for years, you really can, like, again, it's a math equation. It's not that crazy. Lots of really nice looking sky there. Very pretty. You don't stream 24/7 and sleep and get some work done. Yeah, there you go. How's the frame rate for me? On your PC, it dips like crazy. It's pretty decent for me. Although I just got the newest NVIDIA driver, and I feel like it might have made it a bit worse than it was yesterday. Like it's not really dropping while I'm in areas like this. But when I'm going really quickly through areas in the horse, or I'm looking at like an open landscape from like high up and there's weather and all that, it does drop a little bit. I just think that the newest update I did might have not helped anything. So you can teabag in this game? You can, yeah. That was one of the first things I was doing. Want to hit him in the head. Here we go. Oh. There we go. We're facing the wrong way. We gotta go over here. But watch Attack on Titan. I have watched it multiple times. It is one of my favorite series. I haven't seen the whole entirety of the third season. The third season for me wasn't the same as the first two, but the first two are some of my favorite things. At least with anime. Yeah, what Dan said definitely can help some people. Because like anti-aliasing is super taxing on the computer. It smooths all the lines in general. So if you have more rigid lines and not smooth lines everywhere, it's not doing as much work to correct all that. And then the depth of field, like not really rendering things as extensively in the very far parts of the map that you're looking at, it's going to help too. You can find crystal tears at the base of minor Erdtrees and elsewhere throughout the lands between. At Sites of Grace, you can mix 2 crystal tears in the flask of wondrous physic. This will allow you to create elixirs with various custom effects. What? That's cool. Because someone was mentioning this in the dialogue, and I was like, what's a flask of physic? What does that mean? So now we can mix potions and stuff. That's cool. Okay, this was the lady that was in the painting, actually, in the round table area. Sacred Tear. So is this one of the gods that created the demigods, like for the main conflict of the game, or is this like is this one of the demigods? I don't know. No spoilers though, but I wanna know that eventually. So over here, I don't know if that's actually where we're supposed to be. That's so funny. You can put a gesture on the message. It's a CPU intensive game in your opinion? I would imagine it's CPU and GPU intensive, yeah. A lot of people that have a 30 series cards are saying that with like a 3080 or whatever, they don't have as many issues. They might also have a crazy CPU as well, though. Playing on a 1080 Ti, is it running okay for you on a 1080? IDC, what's up? Also, Toman, what's going on, dude? I twisted your arm, Matthias. You're getting the game. Good. Definitely try it out. If you're on console as well, if you have a PS5, apparently this game runs really well on that. It's not even suffering those issues, so it doesn't even need the update. But looks like we can actually climb up this cliff right here. This is giving me like really heavy Shadow of the Colossus vibes. Climbing up the cliff on the horse. The music's amazing, yeah. It actually has some ambient music in the field too. Oh, I missed him. hefty beast bone. I don't know if I found one of those before.
Let strength
Where do you
be
get that?
granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Knock knock.
Oh, hi, hello. Oh man, these things are really hard to hit sometimes. I bet you if you had a weapon that could like slice sideways in the air, it'd be a little bit easier, or like that hit vertically like upwards. There we go. How many bosses have I encountered? You only remember Elden Ring this morning. And it came over ASAP. Oh, you didn't actually, you just remembered it came out is what you're saying? I have found, oh, there's some people over there. I can tell you the ones I've killed, but I don't want to say the names if people are just trying to pop in for a second and not get spoilers. But I have killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far in total. And then of those 5, I would say 4 of them were pretty cool. 3 of them were really, really cool. Kane, thank you for the 64 months, by the way. Welcome. On PC, you're pretty sure it'll run fine. Can it run on a GT 1030? GTX 1030? I didn't even know there was a 1030. I thought it started at 1060. Oh, someone might have told me this before, and I was like surprised. I thought it started at 1060. Do I have a build in mind? I'm kind of just leveling strength right now because my weapons scale with strength a bit more than dex. And then I have enough dexterity to meet requirements for the claws and the halberd from the tree sentinel guy. So not like, I don't have like a specific kind of playstyle or build in mind. I'm just rolling with what we have at the moment. And then if we can respect the character, I'll do that too. Yo, you can change the orientation of the character's hands on the horse. What? That's pretty cool. Wait, I want to punch somebody in the butt right now. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, they knocked me off. Never mind. Wait, I'm going to try that again. Just want to uppercut somebody. That's so funny. They did pretty good with like all the animations for the weapons and everything. It'd be so cool if you could do a critical or get like a stagger on the horse, then it like would make you jump off in a special anime. Oh, what was that? I made him go flying. That was pretty cool. Okay, yeah, it'd be awesome if you could get a critical on the horse. Drake, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome. Heard criticisms that magic is kind of overtuned and can make some encounters less enjoyable. That's kind of how it was in Dark Souls, though, if you had good enough magic. But I don't know how good magic is early on. That is the deciding factor to me. If magic is good, that's one thing. But if it's good immediately, that's different, right? Usually in Dark Souls 3, when you get magic, you have to spend a little bit of time to make it better. Like, it's no better than using like a dex weapon or a strength weapon that's decent. Until you actually get a lot of spells and then level up and, you know, find good devices to cast them with and all that, right? How does this fare against other Soulsborne games? This is my favorite game, dude. It's so cool, man. It is really awesome. I was gonna check what the Robo Raisins do as well. So I made a bunch of those. Where are they? Oh, you can feed to the horse. Okay. Because he has HP as well, apparently. Nice.
Souls lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Ooh. That's a bad angle. Buxton, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Oh no. Whoa. Nice. Yeah, I don't know where we're heading right here. I've never been to this part of the map yet. This is new. We don't even have the... Are we heading backwards now? Oh, we might have actually gone backwards. What is over here, though? Okay. I had to turn around. Is that the direction of... No, that's still over there. This doesn't look familiar, though. Maybe we didn't go down here? Okay, so we can still go here. We can still go here. We just haven't gone down yet. So we'll go down, and then we'll go back after. Because I still haven't seen all this stuff yet. Oh! Oh, he got me off the horse. Oh, it's like a multi-hit. Did you try parrying the guys and the horses? I have never parried anybody in a horse. Parrying in this game is really hard for me. At least so far. I like basic enemies is okay, but bosses specifically. I parried one of the bosses once, and I couldn't get it again. Or I think it was twice in general. Twice, and it was the same attack, maybe. But it was really hard. He's just like stumbling away. Okay, we're gonna let him live. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna let him live. I'm actually kidding. Oh, okay. Okay, what's going on over here? Actually, I'd probably get off the horse, right? And just stealth this. So I haven't actually seen these giants yet with the chains pulling the chariot. What do you press after he's stunned? You always miss that? Okay, so you have to press R1 or the light attack, but to be able to cue it properly, you can't be attacking from your previous attack right after you stun him. It has to be like that you walk up to him and then you press it. So I would wait for a second. When you hear that sound, walk forward and then press R1 and you're good. I wonder what's inside of here. Like, if we kill them, will there be any other enemies inside there? Like, what are they transporting? Stayed in your dorm over the weekend so you could play Elden Ring. Guts. Were you supposed to go home? Are we gonna parry the guy on the horse now? Gonna try it? Oh, he didn't want anything. Okay. That did not work at all. Oh! That is so cool, dude. That was really awesome. I'm glad I tried that. Apparently there's like a unique backstab animation for scythes as well. Elias put that on Twitter. Where you can like slice their head. It's like you slice their head off almost. You like cut their neck. It's crazy. They're pulling a carriage with their chests. Yeah, they have like giant rods in them. Oh man. Just get a ride. Just post up over here. Well, now I got to double jump onto it. Let's see if I can get on the roof. Oh, I can't call the horse. Can we jump on the carriage on the horse though? Ah, no, we can't. Well, we're gonna derail their operation. Who is that? Okay, okay. He's stuck though. The giant's like, no, you can't get it over here. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Can I parry this guy? Is it worth it? I'm gonna die trying to do this. That would not be good. No! Okay, I'm dead. Oh, man. Nazgul on a horse, yeah, yeah. I'm assuming the statue was closer to the bridge than the last checkpoint. I didn't even notice there was one over there. L4, what's up? How's it going? You're new to Twitch? Welcome. I appreciate you checking out the stream. How's it going? Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Knights Cavalry Glaive, a confirmed drop. The weapon that the guy was using on the horse there. What? Oh wait, these are like the crystal lizards, right? Ashes of War, Determination. Interesting. Frozen raisin. Vastly restore HP while riding. Okay. The horse enjoys the sensation of chewing frozen dried seeds. This game is hard as hell, Ping. I've heard some actual mixed opinions. I've heard people say it's like easy, which I'm not sure if they've even played it, because I don't know anyone that's like I know has played it for sure that said that. And then I've heard people say it's like too hard and that they should have made the game easier for people that want to just have fun. Which is usually the argument with Souls anyways, so I mean, I don't know. It's always people saying it's too easy, people saying it's too hard. And then half the time, the person that is playing that is having a hard time will get, you know, somewhere where they make progress, then it's easier for them, and then they enjoy it more. Or the person that's saying it's too easy is actually just watching someone else play it that's good. So, and they're making it look easier because they're good at it. So it's hard to exactly say if that's the case. I think they balanced it pretty well so far. I mean, I've enjoyed it. I've made decent progress in 9 hours, but I also haven't really tried to, you know, beat the entire main storyline and only go in the directions of where it seems like there's like main content or anything. I've just been exploring. So can you change the difficulty? There is no difficulty settings. It's just one difficulty. That's it. It's kind of how they make all their games. This is back to the beginning again, so I'm trying to think of like where did we go to get the other. That other boss must have just been a nighttime thing, because there's 2 bosses I've seen so far that I haven't been able to kill. One I ran away from, and the other one we just died to. And they only appeared at nighttime, and someone was saying that's like a thing with the time of the day. There's also a tower over there too with the mini Erdtree. Wonder if we should go over there. Then there's also the main one too. I'm gonna go back this way again. They should have different settings. I think that having a solid difficulty setting is good in the case that when you play the game, you find ways to play it that give you advantages that other people might not know of, or maybe that, you know, you discover as you go along. So it's almost kind of like you're still earning the playthrough, but not because you're just changing a setting that changes everything, like that predetermines like damage and all that. Like you actually can just get better at the game in terms of strategizing, right? And maybe you can't technically play it as good or accurately, but you can just make a better character build. Then that actually makes the RPG elements of the game more valuable. So I think games that don't have variety or customization are better served with difficulty settings that just have like strict gameplay. Like a game like Sekiro, for example, I could see that making a bit more sense maybe. Because you can't customize anything really. You can't make the character different. You just progress. There's so much variety. It's like it would take the life or like the enjoyment out of speccing the character differently, because they would have less value every time you make a change to it if you could just change a setting. So I feel like that's why they did that, to give more value to the systems they put in the game that you can use to make it easier. But you just have to think a little bit more and, you know, be patient enough to figure it out. Like, I'll be honest, there's so many different ways you can kill things in this. Like, I watched Faraz kill that worm. He did it in a completely different way than I did. The way I killed Godric on the stream yesterday, 100% there's people that did not do any of that stuff, that figured it out a different way. And I'm just using a certain weapon too, right? Maybe they use magic. Maybe they use the bow. Maybe they used the spirit summons. There's so many different things you could do. There's stuff I don't even know yet, so it's hard to say that before you figured it all out. Oh, that's crazy. Me and Frost are still friends. Oh yeah, he's a very good friend. Are the Knights cavalry weapons confirmed drops? Planning to do any runs with the game? Yeah, I definitely want to do runs in the game. Once I beat it and we do some more stuff. There's a tournament that actually is sponsored by Intel that I'm going to be a part of on the 4th. And I think it's going to be like a charity event too. So the people that place, you know, in each respective like, you know, first, second, third, or whatever, they donate a certain amount of money to charity based on what place you get. And then they're like hosting the event, I guess, on their channel as well as we play on our channel, from what I know. And that's going to be some sort of limited death race. So that's why I said I'm kind of worried that I'll have to beat the game before then. I don't really want to. I want to kind of chill and just like, well, I mean, maybe if I beat the game by then, just by chance, that's fine. But I don't want to like force myself to rush, right? It's pretty cool. There's like a spring that, whoa, what is that? It's like a special dragonfly. Interesting. How long until a 0 hit, do you think? Oh man, it's gonna be like a long time, man. I'm enjoying the game. Like it's hard to when people ask us that question, it's funny just because like look how many hours I have in it. I have 9 hours 30 minutes, which is probably less than most people streaming it right now in general, even people that got it on launch. And on top of that, I've specifically done optional stuff more than I've done the main game just by just exploring and stuff. So I haven't even found a lot of the, like I probably am still behind people that have less hours in terms of main progression. So I don't even know when I'm going to beat the game, let alone what we're doing for the next playthrough. But I just want to figure everything out. I want to do every single thing you can do. That's the best way to do the first playthrough. That's what I usually do. I figure out how to kill every single type of enemy, see everything I can see without, you know, getting any kind of backseating, and then if I've missed things, then you guys can tell me what I missed. We'll go do that before the end of the playthrough or on the second playthrough, and then I start thinking about the other stuff for sure. But I'm gonna do runs on it 100%. I think I'm gonna speed run it first though, because I really like the way the horse, like the movement is and everything. I like the speed of it, the shortcuts, the way the map is. Even though it's big, you can probably run through it pretty quickly if you get good at it. So I think a speedrun might make more sense. Yeah, it's a sorcerer. What the hell? Royal House Scroll. Is that an actual spell? I don't think I've found magic yet. Give to a learned sorcerer to acquire new sorceries. Okay, that is sorcery. Cool. I am going to grab my runes and then try to get this item and leave. Drop, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Oh my gosh, what is going on there? Oh, they're blowing the horn. Every time some enemy blows a horn, you know it's a bad deal. They're calling more enemies. Okay, where can we go back to? Let's see. I gotta get out of battle. Valmari, what's up, man? I'm exploring so you can watch. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to progress through more of the game before we finish, but I need to figure out... Oh, every time I say something, someone shows up. Need to get better with the horse combat. Like, speaking of speedruns, I bet for speedruns, it'll be really important to... be able to still ride the horse and attack enemies to get through certain areas that you need to. There we go. Okay, so this area right here, whatever is over here, I gotta figure out this thing. Am I online? I am in online mode, yeah. So to be able to do the multiplayer, you have to use this remedy item, the finger remedy. Where is it? These things, and then what it will do is it'll reveal the summon signs. You can still put a sign down and be summoned by somebody else, but you have to use a consumable item to see the signs,
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its
which you can
vessel.
make by crafting, and you can find them. These things are pretty funny. So they drop the material to make the prism stones, or whatever you'd call them. What is this? Forlorn Hound Evergale? No horse speedrun? That'd be pretty crazy. Have been able to catch you live since Elden Ring release, but you've been able to catch the VODs. Hope you're enjoying it. Mishy, I am, yeah, for sure. I haven't played the game, but the horse's double jump looks satisfying. The horse is just, it controls really well, in my opinion. I like it. I think it'll be a little like Breath of the Wild, where the actual speedrun's extremely short because of the optional content. Sorry, optional content. Well, it'll be a lot shorter than the main playthrough, like other Souls games, but I don't think it'll be like Breath of the Wild, no. Because the Breath of the Wild doesn't have a lot of boss fights that are as challenging as this. And also progress, like areas you have to progress through that don't have like wild skips or whatever. So unless you can do like a skip where you can, like, because you can like launch yourself in Breath of the Wild, right? You can't really fly in this. You just have the horse. So unless you can clip through like the map and go to the end, I don't think there'll be a crazy amount of like super ridiculous skips. And I bet you FromSoft will patch whatever they can if they notice people are trying to skip like most of the game. But I do think, yeah, you'll be able to like get through a lot of the content a lot quicker, for sure. Because think about it this way, from the beginning, I spent hours just kind of running around, whereas I could have just ran straight forward from where the first area is that you meet the maiden and get the cutscene, and then I could have got the map, then I could have killed Margit, then I could have killed Godric in like a quarter of the time we played, probably. But I just wanted to see what else there was, right? I didn't know that that's where I had to go at first. You can genuinely see a point of time where speedrun records will not be set by who has best racing lines with the horse. Will or will not be set by the best racing lines, which in your case will be where the Gran Turismo comes in. Yeah. Are they making DLC? I would not see why they wouldn't make DLC for this. What is this area, though? Wolf ahead, try rolling. Ooh, got the bleed. Okay, I'll try to hit him with a big attack. See if he falls for it. He's gonna wait for me. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. What was that? Okay, I'm glad I didn't come here right away when we started. I'm still getting my ass kicked. Oh no, I hope this isn't a one-time thing too. That'd be really bad. Oh no, man. Oh man. Jumping makes the combat amazing. Jumping is so... Dude, honestly, I didn't think jumping would be as important as it actually is. Jumping is so good, dude. And you can do multiple different types of jumping things with the combat. You don't even just jump and attack. You could do, you know, like one on the spot. You can time the attack at different points in the jump, so you can like land while just attacking. And instead of doing like this, or in the middle, you can do like a running jump forward and get more distance, or you could just jog and then do it. You can turn in midair and like attack behind you. I could be locked on, and I can jump backwards while facing the target and attack as it approaches me. And you can do like the jumping heavy attacks too. You don't have to just do light ones. So it's kind of there's a decent amount of variety. How to use Prime Sub on mobile? If there's not a button for it, I'm not exactly sure. I thought they updated it so you could do that on certain devices. 10 hours in this game, you somehow didn't think of combining jumping and attacking. Yeah, and you can combine running, jumping, and attacking at the same time if you hold B. If you hold B and then you press A while you're holding B and then hold the jump and attack, you can do like a long range one. So it's like a running attack but in the air. And you could like 180 it, so you could go like... Or wait, here, one second. Let me see if I can do this properly. Like, so if you're in PvP, it's like... Boom. And I will say in PvP, the jump attacks actually do work because I've done it, and I've also seen people that are better. I think when Ouroboros released a PvP video, and there's some other people doing those, I watched a couple of them, and there was... Jumping was actually pretty important. Because you can literally jump over attacks. So if you're predictive enough, it'll actually help you. And the hitboxes are pretty good, so that actually works. Try the Golden Halberd. I can try it for this guy. We'll see. Oh, I'm fat rolling. Okay, here we go. Bloodhound's Fang. Nice. Got a new weapon. I thought that was a cutscene for a second. This weapon is nuts. Is it actually a good weapon? The one that I'm using is what you mean? Because I haven't actually upgraded this yet. I haven't found the material to. Just awesome seeing you play the game and figuring this stuff out. Yeah, it's been super fun, man. This is like the most enjoyable experience I've had on the stream in a long time, man. And even then, like, I would say it reminds me of when I first played DS1 or the first Dark Souls, but better. And then also, like, because I had expectations for this game, or like I had some level of anticipation for it, it actually has outdone the anticipation and then surprised me every single time I played it, like in some sort of way, multiple times. So that's a good thing. If it keeps getting better as I'm playing it, that's a good sign. Rather than it being like, oh, okay, that was cool, but now this isn't cool anymore. Like, even basic stuff is still cool. It's just a nice atmosphere. It's just a nice world to design, which helps, because even if you played it a lot, you could just run around on the horse and probably still not have the worst time ever, right? Like, I'm sure one day it's not going to be the same, but like it'll probably still be a beautiful game either way. And they couldn't really capture that on the same scale as this previously. They didn't have the ability to. I like just looking at the sky too. It looks crazy. Buffoon, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. How's the game, Horchata? It's great, man. What level am I and how far am I in? I'm about 9.5 hours, and I would say at this point, maybe 10 hours, almost 10, and then we got Level 28, so 20 vigor, 24 strength, 14 dex, and then 12 faith at the moment. So I think that if I'm actually going to start doing magic on this character, I might as well level faith and do miracles instead of sorcery. That probably would be the best thing, because this weapon scales with faith as well. So yeah, that was another boss, like a mini one, I guess. Where are we going? I'm gonna go back over here, I think. And then after this, we'll go and explore. There's still this island and stuff over here. And then whatever this thing is, I don't know if that even counts. Got this whole area to the side here, and then from Godric, you can still go over here. So I mean, we can still continue where we were before if we wanted to. But I'm super curious of what's in this area. We also have to find the map fragment for this too. Gonna stream the whole playthrough. I'm gonna stream the entire thing. Yeah, every single thing I do on it. I'll be making some like dedicated videos as well. Like I want to do a review of it after I've played enough of it, and then maybe make some guides as well. But other than that, it's gonna be all stream. Poop is you're addicted. Nice, man. Looks similar to Abyss Watchers. It was kind of like Abyss Watchers and Dancers, sort of, yeah. Okay, his weapon, though. We need 17 dexterity for it. That's 18 strength, which is actually pretty interesting. So it's not like a straight-up dex weapon. Well, it's kind of like the Murakumo. Interesting. Ooh! That is super cool. Okay. Luke, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll have to see. I think I might speedrun it first if we're gonna do any kind of run. But again, I'm behind everybody. I'm pretty sure there's probably only a few people. Like, you'd have to be starting the game today or like yesterday to be behind me. I'm sure most bigger streamers and full-time streamers, they're much farther ahead of this. And I'm sure some of them already beat it, so we are just chilling right now. Use wait, LT and then follow up with a heavy attack. Ooh, dude, that's so cool. Mel, I am, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's still one of these things. Golden rune, nice. Strength is needed for physical resistance. I'm not actually sure. Can check the stats. Well, I'd have to actually level. So next time I put a level in the character, I can try to verify that.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
What's going on over here? The Great Knight Kenneth. Great Knight Kenneth. Sorry.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that already was used. I was gonna try to do the other weapon art. Okay, here we go. Big attack. Nope. These guys are pretty easy anyways. You can just jump over his head. Yeet.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be
Okay, so you know Godric? If anyone has played Godric, you can jump on his back. Like, I landed on him. I did a jump off the staircase and landed on the guy. That's how cool the jumping is, dude.
grant me succor.
String and glass shard. I'm assuming those are crafting materials.
anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing
Maybe not.
the great Kenneth Height.
Or, yeah, there we go.
To the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false.
Carried by demi-humans.
Erdtree, grant me succor. Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height. Servant to the true
Kenneth
order
Height, not
and
Kenneth Knight, my bad.
celebrated repudiator of the false.
What if Kenneth is actually just like a tape playing audio, and they're just trying to bait me into getting killed by them? It's a trap. It's not even a real person, just like an MP3.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height. Servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false.
Maybe they have to keep playing because you have no idea where he is.
Grant me succor.
I don't know where he is. I'll find him, but
Hello?
he's above the bridge. Oh.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in
I thought he was in
rescuing
trouble.
the great
That's why I tried to kill those
Kenneth Height.
guys.
Servant
He might not have
to the
even been in
true order
trouble.
and celebrated repudiator of the false.
He's up there.
Erdtree, grant me succor.
There he is.
Hello? Is anybody there?
Okay, Kenneth.
Someone? Ah, you've come to lend me your
That's enough,
aid,
man.
have you? Well, that's very kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
I love the writing in this game, dude. The writing is on a whole nother level. It's even above the obscurity of the Soul series. Just some of the wording.
So the world might be mended.
Oh, man.
So the world might
What are
be
you
mended.
waiting for? A kiss
This
goodbye?
man racist against
My
Tarnish.
fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward. Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable.
If he says his name one more time, I'm actually going to kill him right here.
Celebrations will be lavish indeed. Upon
I
the
literally
dawn
will
of
kill
my
him right
forced
here.
retrieval.
Oh, man.
Yes. Now, allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot are obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you for the sake of grafting. Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord, don't make me laugh.
Okay, this guy's kind of funny. Never
First,
mind.
he hid himself amongst the
He's a
women folk
jumped-up
to flee the capital,
country bumpkin.
Then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage, though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it.
Okay, he's pretty funny. He got some redemption.
What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond...
Okay, the south beyond Mistwood is where his fort lies. There is no names on the map, but Mistwood, we're going to eventually get there. I probably was already there at some point. It might even be the area I was looking into. That's funny, though. Oh, man, Kenneth Height. We rescued him. Looks like XQC. He does look like XQC, actually. What are my stats right now? 20 Vigor, 24 Strength, 14 Dexterity, and 12 Faith is what I've leveled so far, and then I picked the Vagabond class. So I guess we're going with like a little bit of Strength, and then whatever required amount of Dex I need for the Strength weapons, and then Faith as well. Are all the brown parts of the map still to be discovered? Yeah, so if you want to understand how big the map is, like this is just one tile, like this area, and then you can zoom out, and then presumably there's all this other area surrounding that black part, but then I don't even know how far that goes, so it might even be bigger than that. But even if it's not, this area still is just huge. Like this is giant, and then we still have this, which I think was added by talking to somebody. So I mean, like there's a lot of stuff. Like this is like the biggest game they've made ever. Like this is bigger than all of DS2 with DLC probably right off the bat. Just this game by itself, no DLC. Then they're probably gonna make DLC for it too. But even then, like I've still even found places. I've gone back to places I've seen before, and I forgot. I was like, oh, is this new? And I'm like, oh, it's not new. No, never mind. So it's kind of seamless. It makes you definitely get lost quite a bit, but then you have a lot of fun when you get lost. Cryptid, it's even bigger than that? Okay, so it's even bigger than the black border around the map. That's insane. I mean, they did work on this for what, like 3.5, 4 years? Probably even longer. So this was like their longest development cycle in recent time for FromSoft that I know of. Fever's Cookbook. Okay. Golden Rune, nice. Imagine what the DLC would be. The DLC would probably just be bananas, man. I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure they're going to make it too. With the game being that successful, how could they not already be working on the DLC? That's my guess. It would be a missed opportunity. Jesus is going on 30 hours straight streaming? Really? Oh my god. Is he holding together, like without sleep? I don't know if I could do that. I've streamed for 24 hours and it was really hard. Okay, so this is the area that I wanted to go to, but then I ended up just when we were down there in the nighttime, we went to this like little building. I saw this place and then I ended up going all the way around it. So this is where I wanted to go earlier. Oh, I'm gonna fall off. No! I knew it was gonna fall off. I said so. It still hurts. It still hurts, man. I don't even know where we were now. Okay, we gotta go. What direction is it on the compass? North? Yeah, we gotta go north from here. Oh man, Kenneth Height, why didn't you save me, dude? Why didn't you give me like your great wisdom of where to go? The look of the horse is changeable. I'm not sure actually if you can change the look of the horse, because the horse itself is not actually like a legit, like it's a magical horse, right? You call it with this whistle thing, or with this item, so it just appears, right? So you don't like just take the horse and put it somewhere. It pops out whenever you want it to in the open world. Yeah, you can see the bloodstain on the compass. True, true. I might do a playthrough of this where like I don't even have, if you can turn the compass off and not see anything on the screen, that'd be pretty cool. It's like an immersion run. Polygon, I love this game, man. It's amazing, dude. It's a trip, dude. It's an experience. That's all I'm gonna say. And there, like at this point, it's not even just the excitement that's released, but just specifically, it's just that good. Like it's hard to put into words even. I'm gonna try to make a review of my thoughts of it once I play more, once I'm closer to the end maybe, but even that might not sum up how cool it is, right? Because you have to think of it this way, like as you get older, you played a lot of games, so you can't really get as excited about things, or you seem to not get as excited about things that are cool, like you were when you were a child. So I played DS1, it was like super exciting, and it's even more exciting than that, but then it keeps the excitement going past the point of where DS1 started to be like, okay, it's cool, but I'm not like super wowed anymore, like I'm still being wowed by this. And I think for the next even 20, 30, 40 hours, it's still just going to keep going, like, where I'm like, oh, that's cool. How do I get up here? Can I even do that? I might not be able to get up there. Uh-oh. Also, there's an enemy down there, too. What is that? Oh, they're only to get down, you think? Damn. Okay, so I have to go around. Should probably get the runes back. Wotanism, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Map's probably 10 times what you can see. Are you serious? The map is 10 times bigger than this? That's wild. I wonder how it compares, like if somebody could ever deconstruct like DS3 or DS1 and then like lay it out flat. See how much like area on a flat map that would take up, because the other games are very vertical in terms of how intertwined it is, and this has a lot of that within a very open map too. So that's cool, man. It's not 10 times larger, but it's pretty big. Okay. Celia Town. Rob, I haven't. No, I've never heard of that place. This is a PG channel. It's 18 plus, but I would say just be respectful to other people. Still, like, follow the terms of service of the website. But you can like swear in chat and stuff like that. It's fine. But it is technically 18 plus. I just don't have the disclaimer because I was told by Twitch not to put that on because they're like, you don't need it. And I'm on main page for February, I believe. And then I've been doing a lot of events. Like I did the Twitch gaming channel team captain for the Elden Ring race to kind of launch the game, and then I'm doing that Intel tournament as well. So I think for those kinds of things, they prefer me to not have that warning so more people can click in without being like dissuaded from watching or whatever. Fuck. just get a nice F-bomb right off the bat. Just get it out of the system, you know. I want to go down there. But I guess, are we on top of where we need to be now? Daddy numbs you eat poop? Is it good for you, man? I've never tried that before. I always felt like that would be kind of strange, you know? Have I gone to the Cloud District yet? What am I saying? Of course you didn't. No, I didn't fool me. Actual real question for you, even though you always say a lot of memes in chat. Have you played this, Fool Me? Are you into this kind of stuff? Because I know you watch me play it, but I'm not sure if you play these games. Homing Instinct painting. It's pretty cool. It's the first painting we found. And then what does that do? If I go in the inventory, do you see that? Work of a wandering artist. Reminiscence of painting titled Homing Instinct. This painter is said to have captured the landscape seeing during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and the vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. Interesting. Smithing stone, nice. How many hours on this character? About 10 hours so far. 10 hours, 5 minutes in game time. But yeah, like I said, we're just chilling. We're trying to like explore and stuff like that while I'm also playing the main stuff because I don't want to miss too many things. Oh, it's a bear. Why was he standing up? Oh no, okay. Goodbye, bear. Why is the bear in the water? Do bears chill in water typically? Oh man, it actually is getting over here. Oh my god. It's targeting the dragonfly. The dragonfly is the distraction. He's like, what? Brother bear. It's a pretty good looking bear, man. Did a good job. When we raided Gino's stream, I saw there was a bigger bear, like a boss or something like that. And he was PvPing, and some guy that he, I guess, invaded was getting killed by the bear. Just killed 2 brother bears. Ah, well, you know what? I'm gonna kill some dragonflies too. So the head of the dragonfly apparently cures poison. Or reduces poison, something like that. I haven't made anything with it yet that has done such a thing, but they're so fast. Look at this. It's like Indy 500 in the pond. Come on, dude. What are you doing? What's good? Look at the zoning. Look at this ability. I got you. Is it only the big dragonflies? Well, I thought it was the great dragonfly head that cures the poison. Can check and see. Neutralize poison, yeah. So I guess those count as the big ones. There's also yellow ones too. There was like a yellow bug. It wasn't even a dragonfly. It was something else. You need to buy the recipes for that? Yeah, I need the book for it, don't I? Because like I've noticed I can make some things in the crafting menu, and then others don't actually work. So I probably need the book for them. Oh, some octopus. Or octopi, would that be the correct word? Cephalopods. You know what? We're gonna go over there. Or we're just, the horse is just gonna die, and then we're gonna die too. Yep. The bear's asserting dominance. 10 hours is over 3 days is honestly healthy. Yeah, exactly. I've just been like, but that's how I am. I used to go overboard on stream. I'm a very like hyper focused, super addicted person when it comes to things I like. So I have to put limits on what I do to balance things out. Because if I don't, then not to say that I'm not thinking about this game constantly. I am. Like I definitely want to play it all the time. But is that good? Probably not necessary, and probably not good for me. So I've put a limit on how much I can actually play per day. But I've also done that with streaming. So I used to stream like 10 hours a day and not take breaks, and that became pretty sketchy. So now I do like 6 hours, sometimes less. And then I guess my plan for the way this game is, I want to still play it every day and not take days off, or at least as many, but just do, you know, like relatively tame streams, nothing crazy. And then the bonus of that is you guys actually are happy that I'm not spoiling as many things because I'm behind where you are in the playthrough. But I know some people are just like racing to finish it so they can do crazy things. I will still do crazy things eventually, just at my own pace probably. I don't think I've seen this before. That thing looks like King Allant from Demon's Souls. What are the respawn points? They're called Sites of Grace. They're pretty similar to bonfires. They're just made by this guiding light material, this light source that is apparently the most precious thing to guide you through this land of terror and misfortune. Okay, this is the yellow dragonfly. Here we go. Oh, it still gives you the same thing. They're just different color. Okay. Oh, yo, there is actually jellyfish. Okay, so wait. I gotta set some jellyfish free then. I have some jellyfish friends. Oh, I can't use them right now. Can I only use them in boss fights? I want to set the jellyfish free to play with the other jellyfish. These things look crazy. I don't think there's a single thing I've seen so far where the design of it wasn't cool. Like even basic ideas, like the bear, for example. They did such a good job, and it's like a very wide variety of different concepts in the same package, right? Oh yeah, these guys come back, don't they? Gotta remember that. Poison Bloom. How far am I? So, oh, why are they turning red? What did that do? Mushrooms, nice. Grave glove ward. Okay. They're molding. The jellyfish is angry. Have I done PvP? I had to PvP against my buddy. So we actually did this event with Twitch Gaming on their channel. Like it's like a weekly show they do. I think it's on main page typically. So they did this thing called the Great Elden Ring Race. It was a scavenger hunt with 25 objectives, 2 teams. I was one of the captains, and I had to PvP the other captain to for the tiebreaker, and we won in a best of 3. So that was my PvP experience. It was really laggy. We were using a remote server for the actual show, and like they were restreaming it, and then we were also playing on a pretty interesting connection. So my PvP experience has been limited to that. And then, actually, I invaded one other player, or a couple other players, but that was also for the event, because one of the objectives was kill someone as an invader. And then I guess we're going to try to kill this guy right here. He was an NPC. Oh no. Dude, why is that so good?
If it isn't Nereus, the bloody finger, the end is nigh. For you.
Yeah, for me, of course.
And your cessblood.
Oh, we got a helper. Okay, that's who was talking to me, probably. I see. Ooh. Oh, this guy's rude. He just keeps attacking. He's going in. That guy. Crow's Eye never doubted me for a second. Well, I appreciate it. I think my team carried me heavily. Like, Yorcia and Diva did a really good job getting so many objectives for us. And then we ended up tying. So, I mean, it was really close, right? The tiebreaker was... It could have gone either way. I think K Witty, he just hasn't PvP'd as much as I have. And I had a better weapon than he did, too. Murkwater Cave. So I guess this is like a dungeon. Alright, well, we can always come back here whenever we need to. What I'm going to do, actually, is... I'm just going to open up the checkpoint, and then we're going to actually travel back where we were heading to. Because we need to go back over here. Kind of got lost again. Check that weapon. Oh, yeah, we got a weapon, sorry. Reduvia. 13 arcane, and then it has pretty low requirements for everything else. So it's like a dex weapon. It's a dagger. Okay, so he was actually using this to throw the projectiles. That thing did so much damage. It's pretty cool. Nice. Dungeon is really short and fun. I'll definitely come back and do it. I do want to still progress through some of the main like story things, get some cutscenes. Because I'm really curious of like what the story's about. I have a theory, but I don't want to say it because I feel like it might ruin. Either someone's gonna say I'm right about it, or they're gonna say I'm wrong, and it will ruin my anticipation. But I have a huge theory about like the twist of this game, because I do think there is gonna be like a big twist, but I don't want to say anything yet. So I'm gonna keep it a secret. Cryptid, I trust most people, but it only takes one person out of like everybody to just say, yeah, I'm right or wrong, right? So, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
Just joining the fray. Tarnished.
His hat protected him. It's okay.
You fought Nereus and survived. That alone deserves commendation. I'm Yura. Hunter of bloody fingers. Tarnished. Held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots. Who stalk their own. You stay the path. You're certain to face more of them. Just remember. No kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it. Don't let your emotions stay your blade.
What is the story so far? Because you've only watched me, COD. The story so far. So basically, there were two gods that had a battle. There's some sort of conflict that you get to see. And the offspring that were the demigods of the one god, at least I think it was the one, they basically became super powerful. And then the Elden Ring shattered. It got fragmented. And then they kind of... like did bad things. They became kind of like sketchy, and then you're trying to become an Elden Lord by becoming I guess you have to defeat them and then do other things and stuff like that. So that's like the gist of it so far, but there's so many other like little story elements, but they kind of tell you that though. So we just killed Godric, who is part of apparently like the golden lineage or something like that, which I guess is a whole nother thing with the story, like the main story. And then the NPC that was in the castle at the beginning was talking about how like Godfrey was his master or his father or something like that. So I guess we're gonna find him too. I don't know. That's crazy. Some big brain stuff, I guess. But yeah, the demigods are the children of the character I believe that is depicted in the intro. One of the like the big characters. I don't know. And then the guy that actually is like with the giant swords that kind of looks like Ganondorf or whatever. I don't even know. He reminds me of Ganondorf. I think he's like the like I don't even know who he is. He's just like a whole nother thing. So that's gonna be something to figure out. Where's the no-hit run Violet? I've never even beat the game yet, man. How are you doing? Have I found George R.R. Martin? That'd be really funny if he had a cameo in the game. Oh, wait, we just came back here, right? So I died falling off. Need to get back to the bottom and then go all the way around. Could probably fall off right there. I should heal, though. I gotta remember to heal the horse. I forgot the horse actually has health, too. But you can't really see it right now. I'm not sure. Oh, he can just step on the things and break them? That's cool. Didn't know that. He had a cameo in one of the Game of Thrones games. I didn't even know there was games for Game of Thrones. That's interesting. Dude, I have 10,000 runes just chilling. I gotta level up again. We're doing pretty good. Why can't I target the head? Oh boy. It's like in the ground. Hey, yo, can you not be on a hill, please? I'm gonna have to do that again. I would love for you to face the area where I can hit you. I think he's just stuck. Just gonna keep doing this. Okay. Graphically looks a lot better than Dark Souls 3. Oh yeah, it is, man. It is for sure. And again, this isn't even on max settings, and I'm downscaling the stream. So I stream in 1080, then I downscale to 720 to make it easier to run in 60 FPS, right? So I'm going to be building a ridiculous PC within the month, hopefully, or the next month. And it's going to have a 3080 and an i9 or an equivalent AMD CPU in it. So, and it's probably going to have 32 gigs of DDR5 if possible. It's going to have the VRAM's going to be the newest VRAM, obviously, and then insane cooling and all that. So it should be much better than this. It should be like generally twice as good as this PC, especially for the CPU. So then I can stream in 4K, and then I can downscale to 1080, and that will be even better than just regular 1080. We could just skip a whole resolution altogether, and then that will be sick. So everything will run really good. Instead of me like having upgraded sooner and then not being able to do the 4K, we can actually just get right to that. Oh, we've already been to this bridge. Yeah, I found a company that does pre-builds where you can customize all the parts in the pre-build, so I don't have to worry about paying too much more per part because of crypto and everything and all the inflation with GPUs, so that'll be good. And I have a 2080 in this already, so I mean, I'm probably going to sell that. Or maybe do a giveaway with it or something, so we'll figure that out. I need to find Summon Water Village. Let's go over there. What elements of Sekiro does this game have? The jumping. The stealth system as well. I'd say the guard counter kind of reminds me of the way that you would get the parries in Sekiro, but maybe not completely. And then just this, like the actual quality of it too. It's like on the quality level of Sekiro, but then even higher, I would say. Had the frame stuttering. Yeah, so that's actually an issue on PC Brittig that they're going to be fixing for everybody. A lot of people, even with pretty good PCs, still have that issue, but what you can do in the settings to actually help the frames is go to anti-aliasing, put it on low or off. Off is really good. And then depth of field, low or off. I would say off for both of these if you're having issues. And then motion blur off as well apparently helps. And then in your NVIDIA settings or your AMD settings in the card, you can also you can disable or override anti-aliasing with the GPU itself, I believe. That will help a bit. Fryman, what's up, man? Much love to you as well, man. Thank you for watching this. I appreciate it. How are you liking the game? Have you played it so far? In your opinion, is the best Souls type game of all time? This is just the best game of all time, man. I've never played a game better than this. There's games I like a lot, and I would say the jump from even, because I like Sekiro quite a bit. That's my favorite game before this, right? But the jump from Sekiro to this isn't even just like a fraction. It's like a whole point or like maybe even 2 points higher. So I would rate Sekiro a 9.5 out of 10. I can't even rate this 10 out of 10 because it's even better than that. It's better than like 0.5 rating better than Sekiro. So I would rate it like an 11 out of 10. I don't know. It's hard to... Which is crazy though, because I'm pretty strict on... I don't give any game a perfect rating. This might be, for a first playthrough at least, the 10 out of 10 first playthrough. At least for me. And that's huge too, even if there is that issue with the frames and they're going to be fixing it. That it's very, very good. All right, I'm trying to think of what we want to do for the... Wait, can we increase equip load? Yeah, let's put endurance in. Let's do 12. Yeah, the strength's not going up too much by... Or the damage isn't going up too much by strength, but someone was asking if resistance, physical resistance, goes up by strength. So it seems to go up by upgrading vigor, mind, dexterity. Oh no, it does go up by strength as well, sorry. So not resistance to maybe status effects. Oh no, wait, no, it all does. I'm wrong, okay. Sorry, it goes up by leveling up literally everything. This is pretty balanced. Cool. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do 2 endurance, and then I'll call it at that. We'll do that. That's fine. Then I can put some more equipment back on. We have this super fancy helmet. It's pretty heavy though. So where are we now? Almost at the Summon Water Village, okay. Horseback battle required ahead. Does this give you Dark Souls nostalgia? Oh, not even, dude. It's like, it doesn't even. I don't even know if it does give me Dark. It's like a whole different thing. I can't even really explain it. It's Like I said, it's even better than the first time I like when Dark Souls wasn't even a thing in my brain, which is hard to even do if you've already played all the games and then they're the developer that's kind of taken all the good things from those games and rolled them into this, right? So it's really hard to explain that even though you know it's the same genre but just bigger, it's still like the whole thing all over again but better, for me at least. So I don't even know if it gives me nostalgia for the other games. It kind of, it's just its own thing. And I was even thinking too, like going back to all those now, I was even watching like a clip of Dark Souls 3. I'm like, man, it's actually incredible how different the scale of the game is, right? Even the visuals too, even on the low end, like the visuals, just the style is way cooler. So yeah, it's hard. I don't have enough good things to say. Like I could talk about it for like hours, man. Which we're actually going to do. We're going to do discussion for a couple hours about the game with Faraz on stream, who also has been playing this. He's done a lot of challenge runs. He was like the first person ever to get a 0-hit run in Dark Souls 3. We're not going to be talking about spoilers too much because we both haven't gotten super far. But we're just going to be talking about generally like what we like about the game compared to the other games before I start the stream tomorrow. And then we'll be playing more, so... You love Faraz. I mean, I do too, man. He's really cool. And he's very good at a lot of games. He's very good at a lot of things. So this was saying horse battle required ahead. It's gonna be hard going back. I don't think it's gonna be hard to go back, but I think it's gonna be going back with knowledge that like there's something better for sure, and they did it. Oh man, we got the Franklin. I so badly want to play the Franklin theme song, but I'd probably get copywritten for it. Oh, I need an imp in Stone Sword key for this part. Should I do it? Talisman ahead. Yes, we are going to do it. I don't have a talisman yet. It's just a bunch of turtles. Horse. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can still use the horse inside here. I think it meant the Tibia dude. Harley? When I fought the Tibia Mariner, it was over in this area, wasn't it? Or, it was somewhere else. It wasn't over here. Maybe over in this part? Or was I wrong? Was I actually over here the whole time and didn't know? You've adopted a do-it-while-you're-here approach and letting the game kind of direct me. That's what I'm doing right now. But at the same time, I am going to go back and then progress where we were before because we went through Stormvale, the castle. So I want to actually see what's next after that. There actually is an empty icon if you look on the map here. You can see there's like another... There's this, and then I think there's something more over here. And then there's even a road that goes through this way. There's all this stuff too, like from this bridge that's broken. And that's the main Erd tree, I believe. Okay, Turtle Talisman. Raises stamina recovery speed. That's pretty crazy. I'm gonna use that. That was worth it. I found a way to get to the area west of the first castle. You've been looking all day. An area to get west of the first castle. I literally just did the first castle in general yesterday, so I'm probably exactly where you are, and I probably haven't even found that that's a problem yet. So if I do right now, I'll let you know, or I'll show you. But I just finished Godric, so I think this is gonna get Game of the Year. I do believe this will get Game of the Year. Yeah. If it doesn't, like I would actually be shocked, man. I don't know how any other game coming out could really compete that I know of, at least. Also, you have to think of it this way too. If it's the most pre-ordered game of all time on Steam, it got perfect scores, and also even on this website, like mostly everybody's playing it. It's like it would be hard to say that it doesn't have a huge chance, right? That's already a really good sign. I think Sekiro getting Game of the Year was surprising to me because I'm like, I didn't think as many people liked it, and this is bigger than that, so I could totally see it. It's just a matter of like what else could they make that would compete with it on the same level. Like GTA 6, I can totally see it competing for sure. What do you think about Horizon? I haven't actually played Horizon before. Don't know if we can get back to the very first boss. Solar, do you mean like the tutorial? Like the grafted scion? I don't think you can get back there once you've started the game, but I mean, I haven't proven that yet. Maybe there is a way to. This is like a whole other area. Where is this? Oh, that's the water over here. Okay, I see. Church of Marika. Interesting. Yeah, so Marika is the god that had the demigods as the offspring that did create the conflict or the divide of this game. I'm pretty sure that was the name of the person. And then, like, she fought the big dude. Big boy. I'm just going to call him Big Boy because I have no idea. I don't think we're supposed to know what his name is. I might be wrong, but... Mirka? That's what his name is, Mirka. Was there even a map in DS3? No, there's never been a map in any of the games. I think this one is necessary, though. You kind of need the map. Okay, this sending gate thing, I'm pretty sure actually is a different place than here. And I think I missed it before, so we're going to head back to that after this. And then if there's nothing there, then I'm going to go just try to return to the castle. Marika's the queen, okay. Oh, Radon is the big dude, okay. His name is Clarence. What is over here? Smoldering Church. The Tarnished Eater, oh. Maneater Mildred vibes. The Big Cleaver. The Backstab. Yep, Maneater Mildred vibes for sure. It's the Butcher Knife, I'm assuming, or something like that. Sacred Scorpion Charm. Raises holy attack, but lowers damage negation. That could be pretty good for this character if we increase faith, right? Hope they make NPCs better. The NPCs are really cool in this, man. They have very good voice acting and personality. And like the aesthetic too, like they're all very different, but like even the ones where you can see their faces too, like the detail is it's pretty crazy, man. You have to remember this comes from like a series of games where before their lips didn't even move, like they didn't even have mouth movements. They just got to that in Sekiro. So I mean, I'm pretty sure at least. So that's anything they can cram into this to make it better that we don't even necessarily need for the game to be good is a bonus. And they did everything in that manner. That's exactly what they did. Like stuff that's not even necessary to like it. That I mean, of course, in another game that'd be something that would be just a given, but the other game wouldn't be on the scale of this, so or as crazy. Favorite weapon yet? Dude, I'll be honest. This weapon that we got, this Bloodhound's Fang, is probably the coolest so far, but we can't use it yet. Dude, that's like a legitimate dog from DS3. That's like actually looks exactly like a DS3 dog. Oh no, not as broken though. No teleporting this time. Drawstring lightning grease. Cool. The drawstring ones are different, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's a quickly coats ornament instead of it being like a longer buff, right? So these are all the buffs we have. We have fire grease, magic, dragon wound, and then the quick fire and the quick lightning. I have not used any of those yet. I really want to see what it looks like. I'm gonna put one on, and then we're gonna try it and see if we get into like a boss fight or something. Also, this physic flask too, we gotta figure out what that does. The various benefits. This is one of the fire ones. How many bosses have I beaten? I think at the moment I've beaten 5. I still want to say the names and spoil them for anybody that just wants to like peek in for a second and see what we're doing. Kaled. Oh, this is blocked. Or is it blocked? Maybe with the power of jumping over walls, I can... There we go. It's not blocked. Are we opening up more than that now?
Strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Well, it's 1824. How many streams you think will take to complete Elden Ring?
How many streams? Well, if we're doing like a handful of hours a day, and playthroughs could be upwards of like 100 hours or like 60 to 80 hours, whatever. Something tells me it's going to take forever, man. It's going to be like at least 2 weeks of streams straight, if not more. Which is why I'm kind of worried, because I have to do this event for Intel on the 4th. So I'm not sure if I'll be ready for it. And the problem with that is that if that event spoils things that I haven't seen in my first playthrough, like that's kind of disappointing too, right? So I wonder what they're going to want us to do. I might have to talk to them about that. What percent of the game do you believe you've done? Well, at the 5-hour mark, I was told I had done about 1% of the game, so that's I don't know. I would imagine less than probably 5% at this point. Something like that. That's my guess. 5 to 10%. I mean, there's not a lot of people that have beaten it. Like, no one's come in chat and said they've beaten this. That's kind of... I think the only way you could beat it is you'd have to stream ridiculous amounts of hours or just play it like just no life the hell out of it from the beginning of it releasing. Or you would have had to have had it 10 days before it came out. Because I know those people that got it like super early. I got it early, but not super early. The earliest access people, they would have probably had a chance to beat it right now. Gonna need an Elden Ring emote. Oh, I'm gonna be making some Elden Ring emotes, don't worry. I have an appointment with the artists for the channel on Tuesday. So we're gonna be making actually something that is hopefully based off of this game. And it's gonna be a merch design, and then it's also gonna be repurposed as a channel art thing as well. And if there's time, we might do an emote, or I might just give him an idea for an emote and then he can do it in the meantime. But there will be some sort of merch design that is kind of based around this game for sure. Okay. I don't even know where we're going from here. Just the roots, maybe? Forsen already did a no-hit run. Forsen's just the man. He's too good. Can't compete with Forsen. There's going to be a snake type enemy. There was a snake in one of the trailers, so I would imagine. And in the beginning of the game, there was a snake too, if you just watch the cutscenes. So I most definitely think there's going to be some sort of snake I don't know if you're just gonna fight a snake by itself. What the hell is this thing? Dino Dog. Oh my god. Oh wait, there's a guy helping me. But I can hurt him too? Or is he trying to kill me but he killed the other guy? Things are getting a little wacky over here. I don't know what's going on over here. Dogosaurus Rex, yeah. I don't want to aggro both of these guys. We're going to have to sneak. Oh, what? What's over there? That's like the main Erdtree, is it? Or is it... Wait, that's another one. Or is that the one? Or is there more than one? That is the one, I think. And dude, look at all that. Look at the stuff in the background, too. If you can actually go there as well... Which, yeah, there's like a little bit of land there. I'm sure that's just to run up here, right? Look at that thing down there, too. What is that? Oh, my God. Getting crazy. Like, the whole playthrough of this so far has just been... Okay, so we're doing this, and then I'm just like, oh, what's that? And then it's like 2 more of those, and then like a big surprise, and then you're chilling for a bit. Then there's more surprises. And then you'd think you'd stop being surprised, but then it just doesn't... end ever. I'm way further from that tree than you think. Oh, okay. Well, this is the main tree though that you see from far away, right? Like when I look up in the sky from all the way over there, that is the one, right? Just to make sure that's not there's more than one. Welcome to ADHD. I do have ADHD, so yeah, that is a product of that as well. But I mean, like, I'm just saying the genuine surprise of like, whoa, that's cool. Not that my attention is just darting around, but specifically that there's still things that are surprising me about how they designed it, you know? Because I feel like in the other games, in their previous games, that only happens typically whenever you make it to like a new major area or a boss. But this is like just little things like are pretty cool. So they really got the small things good. Oh, he just like woke the other guy back up from his critical attack. I can't get him. Oh, I knocked him out of it. Friendly fire. Oh, shit. Oh, what is happening here?
Those lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
I feel like big head mode's been turned on for sure. My character didn't get invited though. Dude, I'm about to die. We're escaping. Vinny, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your motes, man. Welcome. It's the true form of the Crystal Sage. I think that they're battling over there. I'm going to take a chance and see if this flask does anything. I don't think it did anything. Okay. What happened to the friendly big bird? Yeah. I entered the Mesozoic era, yeah. There's like a science experiment on some prehistoric level. I didn't mix anything into the flask, no. I didn't know you could drink it without mixing stuff into it. It's empty, okay. You have to infuse it at a gray site, I see. Acquire materials. Dude, I don't know if I want to fight that bird. I'm scared right now. We need to find another checkpoint. Anyone know where the Golden Vow spell is? Not the Ash of War version by the Colosseum, but the actual spell. I haven't found an actual spell like that, but this weapon actually has the ability to do it. Those look like traps. I don't know what's going on here. Calum runes. Okay. Interesting. Oh man, what is going on with him? The health is dangerously low. We need some sort of salvation here. Smoldering butterfly. What is that thing? Oh my god, get out of here. No, I don't even want to. I don't want to know yet. I'm not ready to know yet. The title of this should be Epistemophobia Run, the fear of information. Okay. Oh, there was a way to just walk through the middle of the path, of course. Okay. There we go. We got to go back here. Have I ever pillaged in real life? I don't think there is anything to pillage, to be honest. But if I did, I would definitely run away if I saw dinosaur dogs, man. And big head crows. I would not be game for that, you know. I'm underleveled for this area. I feel like I'm underleveled for everything. That's just like the story of everything that I'm doing. We killed the enemies, though. We did pretty decent. I don't have any upgrades on this weapon. That's the thing. I haven't found the material for it yet. Oh, there's another one right here. Okay, cool. So points in that direction and then also in this direction. Game's so much more fun playing underleveled. Well, I mean, I definitely, if I was overleveled, it would just be like a happy accident, right? So I'm literally just playing and then seeing what happens. I don't really know. I don't have a context or a reference to what is what at the moment. I just know that what I've been doing works pretty well for certain things. And there was someone saying, for example, the boss we killed most recently, that I would be struggling on it quite a bit and that a lot of people are just getting stuck. I didn't get stuck, so obviously I'm doing something right. Could be just the play style. Could be the character actually isn't too weak. I don't know. But it definitely wasn't like I just hit him twice and he died. You know, it took quite a bit. So I'm facing that direction. That is all the way over here. Okay, so we could have kept going past this site right here and gone south as well. So it points in that direction. And then there is also... Wasn't there like another direction too? It's pointing the other way. Okay, we can always come back here. But I'm very curious about this thing, the sending gate. So I'm going to go back over here. And then after that, we're going to go back to the castle. Mix the flask before I forget. Yes, I'll do that really quick right here. This one. With this menu, you can mix 2 crystal tears in the flask of wondrous physic. This will allow you to create physics with various custom effects. So I need 2 of them. Right? Restores half of total HP in mixed physic. If I just put the 1 in, will that work? Not going to stay long to avoid spoilers, but goddamn, you love this game. Played 12 hours over the last 2 days. Made basically no progress because you're spending all your time exploring. Exactly, man. That's what I'm doing too. That's what I would hope, you know, at least happens in between the main progression for a lot of people. Because I'm sure you could literally just go through all of the mandatory stuff without even knowing, but it would be pretty hard to, though. You'd probably have to realize, okay, I'm obviously like just getting, you know, coincidentally lucky. Oh, did the game crash? Oh, first crash ever, maybe. I can't even use... Oh, there we go. Okay, I can use the mouse. Well, I'm going to have to relaunch it really quick. If it actually turns off, we'll see. To get frame drops as well. I get a little bit of stutter in the open areas, but they actually address that on I don't know if it was on different articles from media outlets or social media, but FromSoft said they were going to fix it, and that everybody would have a better experience after that was the case. So, because to put into reference, like PS5 apparently runs pretty damn good, and I would imagine a lot of people's PCs are probably just as good as a PS5. So, and even if it wasn't, I mean, I'm sure the PS4 version is pretty decent too, right? For what it is, it's probably like 30 FPS, but yeah. Got Sacred Tears, you think? It's an upgrade for the flasks too. Oh, I did. Yeah, I did get the Sacred Tears. The thing that increases the strength of each sip of it, right? You have a challenge of eating a 2-pound Reese's cup. Violate. Oh man, that's crazy. Good luck, dude. 2-pound Reese's cup. You're playing Astrologer, and your melee attacks do bad damage, but magic has been fun. It looks pretty fun. Apparently, you can charge the magic, so you don't have to actually just do like a casting. You can change the timing and the strength of it. I'm not sure if that's for everything. You found the jar guy. Excuse me, the jar guy out of nowhere. You love running around randomly. Yeah. For the second time, you found the jar guy.
So the world might be mended.
Okay, so we're still in the same spot. It's not too bad. Okay, so apparently I can increase the flask strength. Let's do that. King Funkeldorf, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. It's going really good. How are you? The game itself doesn't really slow down. Yeah, like when you're playing, like for example, right here, it's fine. But then I'm going to go into another area now where it probably will jitter for like a second, and then it'll speed back up. And then maybe if there's a lot of stuff going on, it might have some trouble here and there, but they're going to make an update that fixes that for the most part. It's still going to be hard to run for a lot of PCs, but I think part of the problem isn't actually the PC, it's just the optimization of how the game prioritizes your hardware. So it's kind of like when they launched DS3, there was an issue with that game running on CPUs that didn't have hyperthreading, and then they fixed it and it was much better. And I had a AMD CPU that was 8 cores, but it didn't have hyperthreading at all. So they recommended like an Intel CPU for it with 4 cores that has hyperthreading. But after that update, it was much better. And it was pretty much the exact same situation this one has. You pray for giant crabs. There was a trailer that I saw a giant crab in, so you might be in luck. Didn't have any problems on PS5. That's great, man. That's really good. They troll with certain enemies. There's some pretty crazy ones, yeah. Like that dog that had the big head was hilarious. That's the funniest thing I've seen so far. Yeah, I really like the fact that the horse can run over things and do damage, like the little skulls that have the runes inside them. Ash of War, Sacred Blade. What? What? Wait a second. Does that buff the weapon? And I see you like the gold halberd. I do, yeah. It's the best weapon we have so far we can use. Okay, wait, I'm right beside the place. I want to see what this gate is over here. Have you not found the great sword? I have not, no. Neutralizing boluses. Interesting. Okay, these dogs are gonna come attack me probably. No, oh, they're leaving me alone. Having issues on your PSP. Running this on PSP would be pretty crazy, man. Wonder if I can actually land. Wait. Oh, no, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Okay. I'm good. I thought I was dead. I could have literally warped to this place, I think. Because I'm pretty sure we sat here already, didn't we? Oh, we actually... No, we didn't. Interesting. So it looks like you have to offer something here. You have to, like, drop something. I want to know what the sending gate is, though. Is it literally here? Like, this is the sending gate? Or is it behind here? Oh. Travel to another location. It's very generous with fall damage. Grail's Dragon Barrow. What? Okay. Whatever that is. If this thing comes to life and fights me, I'm going to be pretty frightened, actually. Wait a second. This must be like... I wonder if it attaches into the area we're already at, because you can see a lot of the same material over here. Something weird's going on. It's like a mini Erd-tree here too. So that should give us a golden seed, I think. Oh my god, they hit so hard. This I'm not supposed to be here right now. Definitely not. Oh no. Whoa. Okay, maybe I am. Never mind. I can deal with that. That's fine. Good backstabs. So is this just like Souls? It's very similar in certain ways. It's made by the same people. They took everything that made those games good. They've just made a really big game out of it. Golden seed, nice. So yeah, I mean it's very similar, but also very not similar. It's hard to make direct comparisons at every corner. But there's a lot of the inspiration from those games in this for sure. Same genre, like exact same genre, just giant though. In comparison, I would add on just the tag of open world because the other games are technically not like a legit open world.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
I'm supposed to open the door. I'm just, hey dude, I'm chilling.
So the world might be mended.
I know there's a door.
Just finished watching your part 1 for Elden Ring on YouTube with my girlfriend. Loving it so far.
I see a dragon over there. Maybe we should kill him. You have to keep in mind too, I didn't have a checkpoint, so I always try to look for a checkpoint so I can come back and not just, you know, die and return to where I was.
Have fun with the game. I'm gonna get back to my maidenless SL1 blind. Wish me luck. 10 bosses down.
10 bosses down, Black Ops. Congrats, man. Thank you for the 200 bits as well. And Munchunchkin, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. Finished watching your part 1 of Elden Ring on YouTube with your girlfriend. Oh no, you showed her the madness of my playthrough. Is she playing the game too? Does she enjoy it? It's pretty cool that you guys both watched. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for sharing the video too, or just the experience. I beat any dragons? I have not even seen a dragon yet until right now. Wouldn't be nearly as good if they didn't use the color of grass they have now. Yeah, the grass is pretty cool, man. I mean, there's grass settings. You can make the grass look really good. Just a lot of atmosphere. I'll say that. Oh, I didn't take fall damage. Nice. Okay, let's upgrade the flask again. Not fought a dragon yet, as you're sure you will get absolutely pounded into the dirt. This dude definitely is going to do something scary. It just looks frightening, man. Oh, she introduced you to my content. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Tell her I said thank you. Your ass is grass. Your ass is grass, and I'm the weed whacker. Flying Dragon Grail. Oh no, Grail's the name of the area, isn't it? He's the owner of the castle. 133 damage. That's not too good. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. 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 Dude, look at that tail. It's got feathers on it. What? What's going on there? Okay, on that note, I'm going to take a really quick break and just get some water, so I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Also, if you've enjoyed the stream so far, if you do have to go for whatever reason, here's the Twitter to know when to go live. Here's the YouTube if you want to see part 1 of the playthrough, and the part 2 I just put up earlier too, so both those are on there. It's around the first 8 to 9 hours or so, and then here's the Instagram as well if you want to check that out, and I'll be right back in a second.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, we're back. That's about how every dragon encounter goes the first time. The just big stomp into instant death. That's a lot of damage, man. Also, Corpse, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate it, man. Elden Ring's chaotic. Yeah, there was actually people complaining, saying they were stuck in the first castle, right? I saw that on remember I was retweeting Dan's thing on Twitter that I found for the tech support to see like if you increase your frame rate of the game, and then there's like a suggested tweet from someone that was like, yo, I'm just stuck in the first area. Favorite boss so far? I think Godric's my favorite boss at the moment. You just beat Godric. Raven? Is that how you say your name? Raven? He's only your second boss. You're scared of what else is in the game? Me too. Me too, man. Especially this dragon. Can I even get my stuff back before he kills me again?
Hey, first time I catch your stream. Watching a lot of your content, great stuff, keep it up.
Gajil, thank you so much for the tip, dude. I appreciate that. Watching a lot of your YouTube content, great stuff. Keep it up. Thanks, man. There's gonna be a lot of cool stuff coming out, just based on this game, as well as there's a Demon Souls video that I have that's gonna be releasing, hopefully in a handful of days or so. It's just being finished up. That has some backstory, has some lore in it, and it has like a tier. It's kind of gonna be like a tier list, ranking the bosses, giving some strategies, basically comparing like a challenge runner's perspective to the the base game of like when you first play it, and then a little bit of backstory as well. Kind of like I did the other ones. So that will be cool. And then I did want to make a video on the master run explaining it and just like kind of going over like the run we were doing before with the 5 games damage list, just to kind of, put into perspective what that is even before we get it, just to explain it and all that. As well as there's so many things planned for this too. Mr. Ivan. Oh, your name is supposed to be Ivan. Okay, my bad. I'll call you Ivan then. Beat Godric before you figured out how to level up. You killed him at level 9 by cheesing him with a bow. And the jellyfish. That's pretty cool. Want to use social commands that has all of them in there, Lucar? I should. I used to do that. I should do that, though. That is a good question. I think it was because when I put it in socials, the way the links would show up, I didn't really like the way it would be organized. Dude, the fire in this game is crazy. It's like actually real. It's like it's way more realistic in the sense that it doesn't just like go in a spot and that's the spot. It'll go in the spot and then slowly go in another spot, and then even furthermore, in the next 2 seconds, go in another spot. So you think you can actually get like a nice opening, but that doesn't become the case anymore. Then you don't have an opening. Which boss do you guys struggle with the most between Margit and Godric? Margit for me was slightly harder. I don't know why, but I think he was a little bit more challenging. I don't think he actually is a more challenging boss, but I think I was more focused on Godric. Tailcut? Okay, this dragon's just too powerful, man. Yes, breathe fire, breathe fire. Okay, so counter hits don't kill me, or non-counter hits. Oh, that's it. Yeah, if I don't try to dodge in the middle of it or run, that will not kill me. Oh, that'll kill me. Yeah, this guy's way too strong. Way too strong. Godric Phase 2 is worse than the first part. The Phase 2 is actually easier, in my opinion, than the first part. As long as you know how to deal with the fire. That's what I noticed. But I guess it just depends on who the person is, right? The NPCs actually tell you to go places and do things. That's new. Yeah, I mean, they kind of... It's a little bit more cryptic in the other games of what the objective could be. Okay, I want to see what's on the other side of here. Yeah, you mastered Phase 2 through co-op. That's pretty smart too. Yeah, there's so many different ways you can learn all the stuff. I wonder, will this dragon just escape the bridge, or will this disappear eventually? Because there's even more stuff over here. Those were like the lightning strikes. Fulgur blooms. Oh, there's all the jarhead people. Minor Erdtree. So where are we now? We're heading backwards from this area, connecting back into the main map. So we should probably head this way. I know there's the doors to that building we got sent to. Oh, there's another boss right here. Petrid Avatar? What's going on here? Oh, what? Stray Demon vibes? Headless Stray Demon made of a tree. Kind of. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the stake because I wasn't sure exactly where that statue was, but it might be closer to where we were. This area is scary. It is pretty scary, yeah. Okay, we're right here. That's good. Man, this game's getting wild. I don't think I ever like finished processing what we've seen so far. It's still like buffering in my head. And we're definitely not strong enough to be here right now, so I don't know if I'd kill this thing either. After they kill you, they walk away ominously, yeah. They did that in the other games, but yeah, it's crazy, man. It's I don't know. Probably gonna be repeating myself for a very long time. Yeah, this thing is just very beefy too. Can't even do yellow damage to it. Oh, what is that? What status effect is that? Okay. What? Rot? Okay, I don't know what rot is. The more you play, the more you like the game. Me too, man. Me too. And that's why I was saying, I like, it just keeps getting crazier, but at the same time, the design too, like, you could make a game like just like the opening area, and then that's it the whole time, and then there's some unique enemies, and that's it. That's cool. But the level of detail and transition into even crazier concepts like this, and then I can imagine, like I said, I still have a theory of what actually is going to happen, but I don't want to say it because I don't want people to tell me if it's right or not. And if I am right, it will be the craziest concept of all time in terms of like just twists and transitions. But I do have a pretty big theory about the whole thing, so. And I have had the theory before it even came out. So it's starting to show a few signs of the possibility. Oh wait, this guy's up. There's like 3 bosses in a row right here. What is happening? Oh, this guy's so strong too. What? Oh, because I was one-handing maybe. Is he back to just being a statue again? What's that about? Oh, was he faking it? He was faking it! That was actually on purpose? I thought he glitched out, dude. What? I don't even know what to say, man. So deep, it's insane. Yeah, the depth of just even the things I've seen so far, man. Even that thing in the beginning too, the ulcerated tree spirit, that was so cool to randomly just find because the starting gift, like a starting gift that lets you fight a boss that's actually insane instead of just finding items or whatever. But then you still can get more items, and then there's a whole other area down there we still have to go to as well that we haven't even gone. Well, okay, I'm dead. Whole nother thing we haven't even seen down there too, underneath the tutorial. So it's like it just keeps going. Like I don't know. Like there's just, like you think that there's a limitation to something, but then there's not. There's never been anything so far that I've been curious about that you can't do at all. So I'm sure eventually that'll happen, but not yet though. And that's kind of the same with the mechanics too. There's a lot more freedom with the mechanics, even though the games aren't supposed to be like the most fancy and elaborate action games of all time. But it is actually pretty cool though. It is very, very good. Okay, we're gonna go around around here. Bestial Sanctum. Oh, he broke the building. What was that? What level am I right now? Mersu, I am level 20, or sorry, 30. I'm level 30 on the dot. Anyone found the Moonlight Greysword? I would really hope it's in the game. That'd be cool. Hand over Deathroot. Is this the Beast Clergyman that the guy was talking about? Okay, so the guy from the round table that I was talking about with the talking to him about the Deathroot, or we were talking about the Deathroot, and then he said to go and find someone in the Bestial Sanctum. I think it's this guy. I thought it was somewhere over here, but the waypoint, this little gate takes you to this area, so that's what he was talking about, I think. I don't know if that progresses the story.
I smell it. Death. Feeding me. Tarnished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
We got the Beast Eye and the Claw Mark Seal, so he wants more Death Roots.
I shall grant thee feed.
Alright, we're gonna be revisiting him, I guess. What are the items? Said to tremble when close to Deathroot. Oh, okay, so kind of it's like an alarm for if you get close to Deathroots. It's like a detector. Interesting. And then the Crimson Crystal Tear. Was that part of what he gave me too? No, that was, I already had that. What was the other thing? He gave me something else, didn't he? The talisman. Equipment. It was... No, wait, the scorpion one, did he? The claw? I don't have it. Sorry, my brain is just so mind-boggled right now. I'm like missing details. Oh, it's an actual weapon. That's why. Okay. I see. The Clawmark Seal, this thing. Sacred Seal granted by Garank, the Beast Clergyman. A rare trinket which allows incantations to be sealed within strength. The claw mark represents Garank's wrath, enhances bestial incantations learned from Garank. It has no skill. So do we have to have something attuned to be able to use it? Is that what it is? It's like a miracle casting thing? Okay, cool. Nice. There's something I want to check too. There's not this, it was the Ashes of War. We got one that can buff the weapon. I think I can only use it on this one though. Oh, it just changes the scaling too. It gives you the holy modifier, so 154 plus 41 versus 113 plus 6, and then another 113 plus 14. That's pretty damn good. Let's try that and see. Probably doesn't look different though, right? Oh, no. Oh, it gives you both. Like a different weapon art and the different scaling. Okay, it's not a separate thing. It's like a combined system. That's sick, dude. And then, like, does this buff it? Okay, wait, let me check and see. Status 248. Status 333. That's crazy. Now let's compare it to this. Status 294. Yeah, so the regular halberd now is better again than this thing is with the holy modifier and that weapon art change. And now it's got projectiles too. That's pretty cool. You can also keep the old scaling and still use the skill. Yeah, there's two different versions of it, right? So, okay, let me see if I had the old scaling and the skill. What's better? Let's check and see. It's the 154 plus 41, or whatever it is. Double two hand, so it's 333 before, 328. So it's just a little bit better, but then I retain more physical damage doing it this way. But I can still use the same moveset. That's pretty cool, man. The weapon art's also an attack. Yeah, it shoots the projectiles. It's cool, man. Secret, except why is it always not here? It does seem like there would be a secret behind this guy. I wonder what happens if you fight him. I have a theory you are going to have to fight him, but this is a really small arena, though. I might be wrong about that. Okay, I don't think there's anything else we can do here, right? We can't level up. I don't have any spells yet. All right, we're heading back to the main progression. Because this whole area over here is crazy. So I don't know if I'm going to be doing more of that right now. I'm going to go over here. What is that theory based on? Just random guess. Also, they've done things in other games before where there's an enemy that would be like your friend or like someone that's very important as a positive character in the story, and then they just end up fighting you. So a lot of twists with like the ethics of the characters. Like Gwyn, for example, was like the main dude that fought the dragons, which was the conflict of the game, but then turned into Lord of Cinder, which kills you, which he would probably be fighting the Lord of Cinder or trying to help you if he didn't turn into Lord of Cinder. You know, lots of the characters in the game that are bad actually were good or are good still. And then the ethics are kind of a question of like, what's the perspective on like what the conflict and all that? And then who is your character and like what is his like moral compass and all that? So there's a lot of different stuff like that. Big throne. I could fit 2 people, man. You could fit easily 2 people in there. I think this is your favorite Souls game, and that's saying something. Katie, I'm glad that you also agree with that too. Me as well. Could Slave Knight Gale beat Soul of Cinder? I think he would beat him because he has a lot more defense and more HP. And he still does a lot more damage too. But there is a channel that does those kinds of videos. So I think you can actually, unless you've already seen it, and that's why you're asking me, you can actually watch bosses fight each other. Shabriri Grape. Is that just like a complete item or a key item? Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike large, overly ripe grapes. Oozing eyeball of the infirm. That's kind of scary, dude. It's like a grape, but an eyeball at the same time. Please take my grapes. Oh, that's funny. You're only 9 hours in, so that's a big task. You still got 70 hours left. Yeah, like I'm guessing the playthroughs could be at like 100 hours, man. It could be even more. And that's like for people that have played these games before. Like I could imagine if you were having a long struggle on certain bosses and you hadn't played this and you explore, it could be even more than 100 hours. Okay, wait a second though. So we were here. We went through. Man, my brain is so like scattered with how many things that are going on right now. So we went to this area, then we came out of there. We acquired the key item. And then this is the next progression north over here with this road. But you could also go this way, or is that broken? Maybe you could go beside here, beside the castle. I don't know. Because the bridge, like, you can go underneath here, so I don't know if that's actually something you can drop onto, or... 100 hours, your DS2 playthrough is 100, so this is like 200. Yeah, it could be. It could very well be. No one's gonna one try every boss first try. You beat Margit your second try, but Godric took you 26. Yeah, I mean, there might be some you could get first try, but they definitely balance it with difficult stuff too, which I'd imagine would be difficult for everybody. Oh, I missed the jump. That was stupid. Oh. I just want to see what's up there. Zhang, what's up, man? Can't wait to watch the ridiculous runs you do in the community. What the community comes up with. Me too, man. I'm very excited to see what other people are up to, because I'm sure once I'm done, people will already be doing crazy stuff. It's another church, another NPC over here too. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Zhang. I'm having quite a time.
You're tarnished, aren't you?
What level, Katie? I'm 30 right now.
Perhaps you
Level
could
30.
spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Donate 10 runes? That's not that much. That's pretty good. Oh, I don't have any on me. Okay, he got me. Let me just reach into my my wallet and oops, I don't have runes.
Oh, there you are. Care to donate a few runes? Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge. Well, bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
Oh, okay. Glintstone Pebble. Fire magic projectiles from Glintstone. Arc. Fires horizontal widening magic arc. Starlight creates a starlight to illuminate surroundings. Interesting. I wonder if there's going to be a need to light up dark areas. That's what I was hoping for. I want to see like a pitch black area where you can't see, because they've never done that before. They've always had the torch, and DS2 proposed there would be really dark areas, and then they changed it before they released it. So Sacred Tear, what does that do? Improves Sacred Flask's potency. Oh, that's just okay. We've already used those. I forgot what it looked like. My bad. Does he do anything
Back
else?
to learn another. Why, of course.
Can we just talk to this guy?
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. Oh, right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
Interesting.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient. Would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery.
A
But
bluntstone.
still, my place is at the academy.
Yo, bro, you want to hit the bluntstone? Sure, bro. Donate me a glintstone so I can hit the bluntstone. All right, we're good.
Find yourself without.
We have to find a
gold, you'll
glintstone
never
key
eat.
to be able to pass through the academy to get to the Erdtree capital, according to our buddy. And then he wants me to make a donation of $1 million. T-Bay got the statue for good luck. And we're out of here. The Bluntstone, yeah. Have I fought Crucible Knight yet? I don't know what that is, man. I've never seen a Crucible Knight. I feel like you're beginning to read a short story. That's what is so cool about this, because you get to discover a bit of story here and there and piece together, but the writing by George is high quality because he's an author, and Miyazaki's writing is already really good for the story. So imagine just combining those. It's like the best collaboration I could think of author and game developer that I've ever seen. So you can totally tell how much like George's writing has affected the story too, because like it's cryptic still, but it's like a little bit more like traditional in the fantasy sense, where like you can follow more of the things, they tell you a little bit more information, but the personality of the characters is really there, you know. It's much more believable, I think. Okay, these guys are gonna keep respawning, right? Academy Scroll. Some more magic. How can you see that George Martin had influence? In the storyline, man. Just if you compare the story of the other games to this story has more elements that aren't just as dark with the, you know, the conflict, but also there's so much more contrast with the characters and their own little objectives and storylines and everything. And the amount of information you're given in general is just way more, you know. The style of how they even say things, like it's still wordy and everything, and it's still a little cryptic, but just it's much more engaging, I think. Like it makes me want to know more about the story, whereas the other games I didn't really care about the story originally. I just played the game for the gameplay. So yeah, from what I understand, they trusted him to do the character writing, or like, you know, heavily influence the characters, and then obviously Miyazaki still, you know, wanted to direct some of the story too. But yeah, you can definitely sense that there was like a greater level of refinement for the actual story itself. Like you could write a novel on this and it would make sense if you wanted to make it less cryptic. Whereas Dark Souls, I don't know if you could write a book on it and it would make as much sense. Like they could make a series on this. You could watch it almost, if they just took out the gameplay and pieced everything together. This one's not that cryptic. Well, in delivery it is. Maybe not in like full realization, but in delivery it's pretty cryptic. You have to think of it this way. Like if you go to Demon Souls, when you are being told the conflict from the very beginning, it pretty much outlines everything straightforward in a linear fashion from beginning of conflict to end. DS1 does that too, but then the way that the vocabulary gives you the information still kind of conceals some of the, you know, there's like loose ends and there's some things that need to be tied together, whereas this just seems a little bit more cohesive in a way. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if it would be the same for everyone else. I'm sure there's others that agree. I've definitely heard that other opinion, or sorry, that opinion also being shared by others, but this is a really big wall. How does one get down here? Oh, here we go. I have to get some raisins for the horse. There's a review that called it Death of the Wild instead of Breath of the Wild. Yeah, for sure, man. The Sacred Tear, I should have used it at that last checkpoint. You're right. You are right. Okay, when we find another one, we'll use it. Oh, there's one right there, isn't there? Or is that an item? No. Yes. That is a site of grace. Here we go. Also, I like how many of these there are. There's actually a decent amount. And I think that there'd have to be, because the fast travel then becomes a lot more cohesive, but you have to obviously like earn it by finding them, so it's pretty cool. Like you could literally go through an area and play it, not find one, and then you don't have that ability to fast travel. Also, there's an orb over there. What is that? What is that floaty guy? Any game that looks amazing graphically is going to be compared to Breath of the Wild, which is unfair. Breath of the Wild didn't start open world games. Well, Breath of the Wild graphically it's kind of in its own style, right? As well, I think it's more of just comparing the last big open world game that came out that people really liked. So you got Far Cry, but Far Cry's not even the same genre. Breath of the Wild is a similar genre, at least. You know. When is the Zero Torrent run coming? I don't know, man. I really like the horse. That's pretty funny, though, for a challenge. Like, just run on foot the whole time. Wakubek, it's great, dude. What about you? Linux, how are you doing? Definitely more similar in structure to Breath of the Wild, but you'd say it's much better design philosophy than the Ubisoft open world RPG format. Yeah, like I can't say there's a better open world format that exists. If you can find one, but then it still has good gameplay or better gameplay than this, like I would love to see what that game is. Because I should just be playing that then. Because this is like I don't typically like open world games for the reason that the gameplay suffers heavily, and then the level of refinement and I guess like detail in the world has to suffer because the scale of the map too. So like like also too, like you can just look anywhere and you can literally go anywhere you look, but then there's also so many aspects of like the vertical build of the game too. So it's not like you're just running on a flat sandbox with some mountains here and there. It's like the whole thing is super mountainous and like cavernous and dungeon-esque and just grandiose. It's crazy. There's so many there's so many large words you can use to describe it that are extremely accurate. And like again, this is just a fraction of the game. This isn't even like the whole thing. I feel like we've already ran through more areas than the scale of like some of the maps of the older games. So even if like in dimension or like pixels or whatever, square feet, the map is, you know, whatever size, just the experience you have just feels bigger every single time you do something. And to create that illusion too, even if the map wasn't that big, is still pretty hard to do in a game, right? It's a special kind of quality. You need to build good atmosphere, decent engagement with the gameplay again. And the objectives have to be paced and, you know, high quality, and not just seeming like they're just, oh, it's like a side quest that's miscellaneous and generic, right? Like, one thing about Skyrim, you beat it, you beat the story. Like, everything you're doing after a while is not that interesting. It's pretty boring, to be honest. There's only so many cool things that are actually unique in it. So even though it can be played for, like, you know, quote-unquote ever, it's still not really that engaging after a certain point. I think they'll get rid of the FPS lock. I don't think they'd get rid of the FPS lock because they've never done that before, but I would love for them to give it a chance. It'd be pretty cool if they did. Man, look at the tree. Look how beautiful that is. Okay, that's a lot of damage from the arrows. He's shooting so many bows at the same time with all of his arms. It's amazing. The dual wield. You find the most secondary storylines of Skyrim to be a lot more interesting and fun than the main story. Yeah, the secondary stuff in the side quests is one thing. I'm talking about miscellaneous though. Like once you get into like all the side quests being done, there's a limitation to like the quality of the events that happen, right? So there's like it's like the main story, side quests can be just as cool, and then you just get into like generic stuff that's the same. That is pretty much like it's a lot of the same, you know. Doesn't really feel like it has its own believability to it. Any power stancing? I haven't. That's one thing I haven't even done. I don't even know how to do that. Let me see. We might be able to, actually. Wonder if the startup on that attack actually does damage. Rather than just the project. How much do the projectiles do? Let's see. Okay, it definitely hits them as well. That one over his head. What is this thing? Oh, it's like a ball of grass. Foot soldier helmet. Okay, let's try to power stance something. Like, how do you do it? You just dual wield two of the same weapon type. Oh, it has to be the same weapon type. Excuse me. I don't think I have two of the same weapon type. That's cool that you can actually take two separate weapons that aren't dual weapons by default, though. Because I believe they still actually have weapons that are dual weapons as well. That kind of act like they already are power stance. That's interesting. It's like they made a format and cookie cutter, kind of cookie cutter a new game. You like Night, but the car sections weren't great, and the ending wasn't as impactful as the city. And that was for which game? Is there crossplay on this? I don't think there is, but that'd be a smart idea if they could make it work. The only thing is, I don't know if it'd be fair for the original consoles and then being able to play with PS5 or PC or something like that. Oh, Arkham City, okay. I had a friend that was really into the Batman games. I watched him play Arkham City. It looked pretty cool. The Spider-Man game, the Miles Morales was sick. That was a crazy game. Out of all the superhero ones, I hope they make another one that's good. I think they advertised it, right? It was gonna have a lot more of the characters in it. Oh, you can drag that on the ground and it makes spark. What? Dude, that's so cool. I didn't know you could make sparks with the halberd when you drag it. Probably have to be on like the right material of ground though. That is so sick, dude. Like, that's just a little detail that is not necessary, but they did it. Or if I can climb up this whole thing. No. Oh, maybe. There's definitely something up here. Seek death. It's quite a view. Yeah, I want to know what these things are right here. These floating things. Am I gonna go see the new Batman? Oh yeah, for sure. Shoot them. I don't have a bow. I might be able to use the projectiles from this, but I don't know if they would reach, though. Wait, what's up here as well? Let's see if there's anything we're missing. Just a bunch of fragments.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Yeah, like, can I target them? I feel like they're so high up, like, I can't shoot the projectiles straight up in the air, like, all the way vertical. I'd have to be able to lock onto it. Okay, this is going to be a hard name to read. Tyranno Walfish. Tyranno Walfish Rex? Is that how you say that? Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Your name is more challenging than figuring out where to go in this right now. Thank you so much for using your Prime sub here. I appreciate it. The drag does damage too. Oh, so like if you run through them with the drag on the ground, it actually does damage. I notice it has like 3 different parts of the attack when you hold it, because it does like the drag, then it does like one swing, and the second swing launches them in the air. This marks Millennia's southward march. The blade of Miquella and her clean-wrought knights grants her wings never to be clipped. Interesting. A lot of swords over here. I think this is the best Souls game so far. This is just the best game, period, man. Bar none. Don't think I can say there's any game that's impressed me as much as this, even the first time playing it. There's a lot of really cool games, don't get me wrong. I like a lot of stuff, but like I'm like constantly in a state of just shock. I don't even know how to, like, there's almost no downtime. Like there's moments where there's nothing that's surprising, and then the next surprise just exceeds the expectation of the previous one, or of just what I had of the game overall. And then I keep thinking, like, if we're getting further into it, wouldn't that kind of die down a little bit? You'd think that you'd be like, okay, I'm kind of used to this now. But even the basic things are still just like crazy, because you kind of think of it as a package. You're like, they did that, but then you can still do this at the same time. And then who even knows what other things you can do? Like, I might be missing so many details still. Who knows? Like, this could be almost wrapped up at this point and close to the end, and it would still be a pretty impressive feat for them. Like, it would still be a solid game, but I'm sure there's so much more, right? So the puppets besiege us. That guy wants to fight me too. Okay, I thought he was gonna be nice.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Hello there. I saw that you liked the game.
Alunth, I love it, man. It's great. Oh, we have some other armor too. We can use the Commoner's Garb for pretty good resistance against all these elements, but save some weight too. Got that got that mixtape ready, fresh out of the oven, man. Look at that giant tape on me. The Elden tape, Elden MP3. Yeah, it's got a cape on it too. Cape and a tape. These guys hurt me? Yep, probably. Whoa. What's going on there? Oh, dude, the game tabbed out. Game tabbed out. I need to. I'm running automatically because it's tabbed out. Oh, I'm gonna die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Of course. Of course. They definitely need to figure out what's going on with that. That needs to be addressed. That might be a full screen issue. It's happened a few times. Oh boy, okay. We're pretty close still. It actually worked finally. You only need to reset your password to get the text message verification to work. So Mekaz, we're going to actually have that turned off very soon. I think, wait, let me just check. I think it's in like 2 days. Yeah, it's the 26th. So after the 28th, it'll be turned off. And I don't think it'll be back on unless I have a request by the website again. Like just Twitch asked me to turn that on for the main page event that I was on. I think it's almost over, so. And you can just like run through them with the charge. Oh, that one has magic. Lucerne, nice. Did he just like do a critical attack to another enemy? Like the enemy just did the... What? What's that about? I wonder if I can still stagger the ghost. Oh, he does a lot more damage. That hits pretty decently, 197. Oh, he smoked himself off a tree. Do you see that? He literally, his head got... Dude, he ran into a tree and like hurt himself. Oh my god. Dude, that is crazy. That is the craziest detail I've seen in general so far. He just bopped his head. I've never seen that yet. That's insane, dude. It's not even necessary. I still love that. It doesn't make me necessarily hate the game more if it didn't have that. That's so crazy. And these guys too, the giants, if you hit them in the head and jump up, they actually grab their head. Oh, he almost was dead, dude. Round 2, round 3. What class did I start with? Vagabond for this one. That's insane, man. That is insane. I can't believe it just hit its head off of something and then like got staggered. Like it wasn't even like the generic animation. It actually had another animation for it. Oh, dude, that's not good. I might try that other helmet that I had too. That might be a better decision here. It's got pretty crazy defense. Okay, I'm thinking maybe leave these guys fight the giant. It's a better decision here. shit. It eats your RAM, Mickey? How much RAM does it use typically? Because someone was actually saying if you do have a lot more RAM in the computer, it's easier for it to avoid those stutters that they're going to be fixing for everybody. This is my first playthrough, Katie? It is, yeah. This is the farthest I've made it so far. $16 GB now. It's using all 16 gigs, really? I'm impressed that it's running okay for me and I'm streaming. Because I only have 16 gigs of RAM. Do you have DDR3? Or do you have DDR4? That's interesting, man. So I guess it must be using quite a bit of mine, too. But considering how much you'd have to designate to Chrome tabs and then other applications for the RAM and for the CPU, despite that, it actually runs pretty good for me. What graphics card do you have, out of curiosity? MSI Afterburner is showing 15.7. Oh my god. Yeah, Chrome is literally the most greedy when it comes to RAM, for sure. Have you noticed that the wolves act like real ones? They will stalk and act like a pack. The animals' crazy detail. All the animals they have, yeah, the detail's unbelievable, dude. Like I said, it's not even necessary to go to that level, but they did. They thought it was. It would still be an insanely cool game, even with like half the stuff I've seen so far. That's what I was saying, but like I typically, like, I mean, I do play the game slowly for the first playthrough. I try to kill everything I can, find everything I can, but like the engagement level on the most simple things is just like, it's a whole nother level than it was. I don't think there's been any single part that I haven't enjoyed so far. In regular DS1, even after like I was in my, or before I had beaten the game, and I was still my first playthrough, I'd find things and they wouldn't be as cool. Like you'd find a really cool part, then you'd be like, okay, this is kind of like, we're just searching to see where the next thing is. I don't really feel like I'm searching for anything. I'm just being amazed by everything, and then something will pop up and I'll be like, okay, we'll go back to that. But there's never really like a boring moment as much. That's why I think you could stream this for a really long time. Oh my, what is that? Dude, they brought back the, okay, so they had crystal lizards in DS2 that exploded. The red ones. There were only a few of them. And I think it was only in one area, so I think that's very similar to that. But we just got Somber Smithing Stone, which is what we need for this weapon too, so that's perfect. So yeah, you have all these pending things you're wondering or that you need things for, and then you just kind of explore, you forget about them, then you find the things, and then it's like, just, you're excited about that, and then there's like a whole nother multitude of things in front of you. I don't even know, man. Like I said, I could say so many good things, but I don't know. So where are we? We're really far north on this one now. Oh, we're going up there. Why do you stream in 720, Sam? So I stream in 1080 and then I downscale to 720 so we can still get 60 FPS. Because to me, having 720 downscaled from 1080 with 60 FPS is better than native 1080, no downscale, 30 FPS. But like I said, I'm going to be fixing that soon. I'm going to be building a ridiculous PC. It's going to be twice as good as this one. It'll be doing 4K downscaled to 1080. So it'll be even better than native 1080. And I'll be able to play this game in a higher resolution, probably either like minimum 1440 to 4K as well. So what's going to be in that PC? Probably a 3080 to 3080 Ti, and then an i9 or equivalent highest model you can get for the CPU. 32 gigs of DDR5 if it's possible. And I'm going to probably transfer over the M2 drive from this, so solid state M2 on the actual motherboard for the SSD. and then whatever other hard drive it comes with. There's a company that the agency I'm with found that's near me that I can do a custom build with through them at a discount. So I'm just gonna get in contact with them, see what we can do. There's one model they already have, or like one package that is pretty damn good for all that stuff, I think. But what they do is they allow you to spec it the way you want to, because right now pre-builds are actually better to buy than parts because of crypto and everything. So if I bought everything individually, I'd be paying more money. So that's why I was kind of apprehensive to just go and like build all the stuff like I did with this one, because it would be way more expensive. How do you think hitless runs are going to be in this game? Dude, honestly, a whole nother level, man. I think they're going to be fun, but just like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of creativity of what you could do as well. Sounds similar to my PC. You're still rocking a 1060 GTX. Yeah, this one's a 2080, and then I have an i7 7700 from like 3 generations ago or 4 generations, something like that. Have you seen the crystal lizards that you have to sneak up on? I thought that was what the crystal lizards were, those balls that roll away. Also, Shawl, thank you for the 3 months. You get the flask back when you defeat mobs. You kind of have to, because you'd be adventuring for a long time, killing a lot of enemies, and then running out of health pretty quickly because there's so many of them, right? It's so dense. So, I still don't have a thing to mix the flask. Anyone finish the game yet? I'm sure people probably have, but I'm not really watching people play it unless I know for a fact they started way before me. And at this point, I'm sure even the people that started days after me probably have already caught up or gotten further than I did. So I remember I watched McSuzy for like maybe 20 minutes because he was literally just starting the game. And then now everybody else, I believe, is probably ahead of me on the following list. So I'm trying to avoid seeing anything. Is that halberd the one you get from the starting character? Yeah, it's from the Vagabond starting class. Waiting for Vadi to explain everything lore-wise. It'll probably be a really cool video once you beat it to watch Vadi. See what he thinks. These wolves are way tankier, man. Yeah, there's something way over there. What? Oh, I guess that's like way off to the side. Man, there's like too much stuff, man. It's like... Stuck on Nameless on SL1. Any advice, Makaz? If you type in !guide, I would check out the link to DS3. It should be the 4th one that shows up, and that'll give you a commentary of how to kill him without getting hit. And then there's also another link to a video in the description of that one, where it shows you SL1 no damage on him. So you have some more examples of, you know, what you'd do if you had to fight him for a longer amount of time, if your weapon's weaker or whatever. But yeah, the first one that's linked right there, it has the commentary right beside the DKS3. And if that doesn't help you, just any other questions you have, let me know. Should be a decent help, though. How many tries did it take you for Godric? I don't know, man. I'd say maybe like 15 or something like that. Or more. But yeah, I didn't count. We weren't on him for super long. I think the ulcerated tree spirit definitely took the longest so far. Ooh, did I want to get up there? I don't think we're supposed to be up here. There's also like another mini game going on of literally just trying to jump into places you just shouldn't be able to jump into because you can't normally jump in the other games whenever you want to, unless you're running. It doesn't give you height or anything, right? See, like now I'm up here. And then imagine if there actually was an item up here. Oh, I'm gonna get stuck. Ah. I'm still doing this. No, I'm not doing it. I'm dead. I'm dead. That was not good. We don't want to do that. Do you like the soundtrack better than the other Souls games? So far, I'm really liking the soundtrack on this. I haven't really heard a lot of the main themes yet, though, because we haven't done a lot of the main content. So I'll have to like wait till I'm done the game to give a review on that. I still think Bloodborne's menu music is my favorite, but this menu music on this game is better than the trilogy. It's a cool theme. So we're going all the way over there before. Should we go through here? Do you do weights? I do train about 4 to 5 days a week right now. Are there other places that are accessible? You haven't even beaten Marga? Oh yeah, you can go other places if you want to. Maybe not for the main progression. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but do you know how to find map fragments when the area is blocked off? You have to actually pick up an item somewhere. So you can notice I actually haven't found any other than the first map fragment. So I'm going to have to look around pretty heavily to find those. But it's still pretty decent. Like, as long as you find the waypoints, like the sites of grace, while you're in the blacked out areas, you kind of have a reference of where you can go if you've ran through there a few times. What can I bench? I think my best for bench for a 5x5 is 205, and then like a 1 RM would be probably closer to like 260 or something like that, or a little bit higher. But I don't really do the 1 rep maxes, so I kind of measure my programming in 5x5, and then if I can feel good about it, then I'll go back to like a, or sorry, if I can get a 6x5 clean, you know, no shakiness, then I'll go up a little bit. That's my progression. But for a 5x5, like 205 is pretty good for me. But I'm pretty weak with the bench. That's my weakest compound in relativity to, I guess, how you would usually get strong. You know, I have a better squat. I think my OHP would probably be better with a 5x5 if I just trained that on a certain day too. But because I do push-pull legs, I don't do a compound exclusively for a day. So if I did that, then I could probably do even more. But I condense them. And then 2 of my compounds are on the same day for push, whereas I wouldn't say like vertical pulling and horizontal pulling are as hard to do in the same session as like an OHP and a bench. So yeah, you get a little bit more gas, so I have to kind of pace myself for that. Zeus has been streaming for 20 hours. That's crazy, man. Do I do deadlifts? No, I don't. I used to, but I stopped though. My program is mainly just for hypertrophy and strength, so I tried to go for a, like I said, a 5x5 to 6x5 system, depending on like what area progression I'm in at the point of, you know, that day, and then, or that week or whatever. And then I do isolation work to get the blood flow, and then the weighted stretch to finish for everything. And that's the formula right now. So you get the hormone response and you know, you build like the good form, the good strength compounds, and then you just stress everything else out and stretch it out with lighter weights after. But yeah, I just did a deload, so I'm feeling pretty good again. The joints are feeling nice and lubricated, nice and strong. What's going on over here? I'm surprised this enemy doesn't see me. He's like, I'm too cool to notice. Uh-oh. There's a little symbol on the maps to tell you where the map is in undiscovered areas. I was actually I was going to ask about that, but then I got sidetracked earlier. I'm going to actually clarify with you what that is, because I think I saw it too. I just remembered when you said that. Here, let me verify this. So the map on undiscovered areas, is it this thing right here? Because that's exactly what I was thinking earlier. Okay, so there we go. Now we know. So if you guys want to find the map fragment, it's this icon on the blacked out part. As long as you've ran by that area, it'll give you... Oh, fire monk armor. I guess it'll give you that icon. 11.8. I think we found our new fashion here. It's a little heavy. Let's see if we can do the lighter helmet. We'll just stick with this one that we started with. It's cool, man. I like the red. Looks pretty good. It does. We need a new headpiece though. We need a really cool. I want to combine it with this. Oh, it shortens the thing on the back though. Okay, never mind. I thought it was like would like flow over the collar of it. So never mind. Yeah, we gotta find a new headpiece now. Fire Spermy. New emoji. Oh wait. Oh, dude. Chillin' just made us invincible to that guy. You see that? He just swung over our head. That was pretty cool. That's what you get. Fire Spermy. There we go. Does it just not stop? Oh, it does. Okay. That's cool. Flame Cleanse Me. I think I might have seen that at the one of the people that are at the round table. Unless I am imagining it. I thought that was one of the spells. Alleviates buildup and cures poison and scarlet rot. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's like a similar version of a different spell. Wolf of Wall Street vibes. Yeah, when he like hits his chest with Matthew McConaughey. That's true. I was thinking of that actually. Smoldering Butterfly. The thump sounds different depending on what you're wearing. That'd be pretty cool. Incantation ahead. Macaz, you should start working out again. You used to use the gym at the YMCA. Yeah, for me, I have my own. It's a pretty simple setup. If you just get a squat rack that has, you know, all the things you need for the compounds, and then you do, you know, an Olympic bar, you get some plates, you get maybe some dumbbells, or I have the Select Tech one, so I can go up to 180 pounds between the two of them. It goes to 90 each. And then I have a spare 30, and then some other random stuff like bands and stuff to warm up with, and then a power tower for dips and pull-ups, and it's basically a full every single thing you possibly could need in general. And at the fraction of a cost of a membership over the course of many years. I got lucky though, because the squat rack was normally priced very high, and I bought it off a guy that was not going to actually open it, but he had owned it for probably over a year or two. And he sold it to me for $200, so that was pretty cool. And then I got a discount on everything else. I got the because Bowflex makes the Select Tech weights, but the factory that makes them makes off-brand ones that are the exact same, but they go up to twice the amount of weight, and they're roughly the same price as the ones that go up to half the weight. And then I got one off the back of a truck that was just randomly like, I don't even know how to explain it, but it was like a store that was not even a store. I went into like an office building, and there was like receptionists, and they had just like stockpiles of random stuff like flowers and like You know, like food items. They had other sealed boxes of things that I guess had just fallen off of trucks, or maybe they were like liquidated, or you know, like from stores that were closing down. I have no idea how they got them. I didn't ask any questions. I walked in, I bought it. They gave me a receipt, paid even cheaper than you'd normally get them for, and saved quite a bit of money. Got double the weight on them. So if you can find some good deals, you can build a setup that is cheaper than a membership over the course of, you know, about a year for like a high quality gym. But you have to find people that are willing to do that. If you pay full price, then you're gonna have to wait a little while, and then it's gonna pay you back in the end. But yeah, I used to go to a bunch of different like big gyms, and I had 2 memberships at once as well, but it just wasn't worth it. Artist Shack. Okay, here we go. Can I touch the painting? It's kind of weird. I can't touch this painting. Excuse me. Got a whole gym. Didn't pay for a membership. It was free for for local residents. Then you moved, and you had no more free gym. Yeah, when I was in my one apartment, they actually had a gym in there too. And there was a guy that was super smart. He would train people. He'd have like people that were tourists come in. He'd have train kids. Parents would drop them off at the building. He'd train them, take them outside for cardio, then do the gym to finish, and then. He also had an invention. It was a box that was like an all-in-one gym, and he was going to go on one of those shows. I don't know if it was specifically. I think he said he was going to go on Dragon's Den with it. That was his plan, to get a loan for the business idea. And he was making so much money, but you don't have to pay to use the gym in the building, and the people that owned it would let him do it. I was like, that's super genius, super big brain. Okay, so we're going over here. So yeah, if you have a place that already has one in it, that's like the best possible situation, especially if they don't make you pay for it. Taklar, thank you for the 3 months. What's the lava on the grass? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think, wait. So we died over there. Where is this place? This is further north. Okay, so if we go all the way up here, presumably we will make it to the actual big Erdtree. But where I was before on the other side of the map, like all the way over here, if I zoom out, from over there it looked like I was closer. So I wonder if this loops around and then I get back to over where this is. Man, and then I wonder if you can go on that bridge too. There's so many like structures. I don't even know what to do, man. My brain is hurting from thinking of where to go. Just got to keep going. Go to that piece on the map you pointed out and look around for a big round structure in the area, Mickey. The piece of the map you pointed out. What? Like the thing that's over here. This thing. Game looks very overwhelming and you love it. Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool, man. I think some people might get frustrated because like, oh, I don't know where to go. But at least you have a lot of things you can do while you're looking for where to go, rather than just being stuck in an area that you have to run back through over and over again, you know? So you find like a hidden door or something. Briars of Sin, so that incantation thing that led me over here, I got another one of those arcane abilities. They're just called incantations, basically. Let's look at that. Summons thorns of a whirl of own blood. From a whirl of own blood. Oh, this one's faith-based, actually. So I can actually use this. That means that there was one that was arcane-based, though, and it looked the same. Have you checked the group password mechanic of Elden Ring? Yeah, I did an event on the Twitch gaming channel for the launch of the game, and we were required to use a group password. So I think that's a really cool function that they do the passwords and everything. But then it's even easier because you just go multiplayer menu, and then you press the Y button or triangle, and then you can just put the password on the item, but you don't have a general password for all multiplayer, you know? So each item can have passwords on it, but you don't have to have them necessarily for the other. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? Unless I'm tripping out, but I think that you can have the settings for each one. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me try this. Let's see. We'll just put in F. Okay, no, never mind. It's overall. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. It's overall. But it's still pretty cool that you can just get in the multiplayer menu. What is this thing, dude? The eyeballs actually look at you as it's trying to find you. Who's moving the eyeballs if that guy's driving the wheels? Is there another one in the top? They just have a designated eyeball guy to make the enemy scared. Oh shit, dude, this is not good. There we go. Could set up for your viewers, it'd be really cool. Oh, we're going to be doing a lot of PvP and multiplayer on this with the community for sure. I definitely want to host some fight clubs and just do some 1v1s, man. With no hate mail. You can't message each other and be rude. You can visually distinguish others using the same password while roaming. Oh, really? That's interesting. Like I wonder how much thought went into this. Like, because I know it was being developed. They announced it 3.5 years ago, right? Or something along the lines of that. There was the first ever mention of it. So I wonder how long before that they actually had put into it. Because they had to have started it before they announced it. Like, I wonder if this was being developed before Sekiro was even announced. Like, that would be crazy. It almost seems like it would have had to have been. Have I tried any PvP? I have done PvP in this, yeah. One of the objectives for the scavenger hunt event I was doing through Twitch Gaming, they made us invade somebody to get a point for that, or we had to kill an invader. So I did the first one. I invaded somebody, and then the team captains had to PvP to break the tie at the very end. This is another church. Makes you question how much development went into Cyberpunk. Yeah, same thing. That game's huge. Oh, we got a turtle.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came to be known as the Church of Vows? Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria.
It's like the Duke Turtle.
Oh, was there something you needed?
Pope Tortoise.
You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything
he's gonna give us a tour guide.
You are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
That's so cool, man. You know what? It was funny. I was saying, I wonder if we'll find a big turtle, and we actually found a big turtle after seeing the small ones, and he talks to you, and he's cool. He's going to give us a tour. Saturday, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Katie, this game so far for me is a 10 out of 10 as well. Like, I would give it a higher rating if it was possible, because it wouldn't even be fair to say it's like a half step above Sekiro, which I gave a 9.5. So yeah, like it's just off the charts, man. It's like it maxed out on the enjoyment. George R. R. Martin is such a good author. He did crazy well in this, man. It's a very good job. But I'd love for him to actually like get more into what specific things they did behind the scenes once the game's been out for a while, because he kind of gave a rough idea of what he worked on and how the collaboration worked, but not in detail of what he specifically came up with, right? Or like what he wanted to do for it, like how he wanted to make it. Okay, so he's got some sorcery. He's got magic glint blade. Creates a sigil that forms a projectile glint blade after delay. And then carrion greatsword performs sweeping slash using magical greatsword. Interesting. We got blessings boon, grants blessing to self and nearby allies. I'm gonna probably go for that one when I get the requirement for it, but we should buy it right now if we can. Should definitely get it right now, so don't forget. I think I need another like 500 or so. Wait, oops.
Is there some...
Okay, so we got some magic, nice. Give us scroll. Oh, we have all these scrolls too. We have the Royal House scroll, we have the Academy scroll, and don't give a scroll. I'm giving the turtle all the stuff.
What have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
Do you think it'll maybe the hype? Dude, I'm pretty, like... You saw how I was leading up to this. Like, I was telling people to calm down a little bit and, like, you know, just see how the game is first, right? So I didn't have the level of expectation or hype nearly as much as I feel like most of the community could. And I learned my lesson because when Bloodborne came out, I was, like, all in. So if it would have been anything less than what I imagined, I probably would have started to get disappointed. So with that being said, even if I was in full expectation and hype mode, I think I'd still be impressed, right? So it makes me think that it's going to be hard to just for that to fade away within the playthrough, within the same playthrough. Maybe by the time I played it a lot, it'll be like, okay, I've gotten used to how crazy it is. But it just sets such a crazy standard already. It would be hard to not regard it as impressive even like a year or two from now. That's my thoughts so far, and I've only played a little bit. So it's hard to say. I don't know. I'm sure, yeah, it'll become more normalized, but it's still so impressive, dude. Just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, you got to take it in. And it's pretty easy to make a game that misses that mark. Most games do that exist, in my opinion. So they didn't just make a cool idea, but they executed everything in a way that is insanely cool. So T-Trues, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you for using it here, man.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn.
Let's see what the turtle gives us.
Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
I think we learned that from the last boss we killed, right? Or the last main boss. He was very conjoined. Radagon.
You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord. You wish to know more? She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
Cool. Oh, now we got so many more things from those scrolls we gave him. Swift Glintstone Shard. Swiftly fires magic projectiles from Glintstone. Great Glintstone Shard. Bigger pew-pews, presumably. And then we got forms a defensive arc of magic limb blades. So the giant that we were fighting that was made of magic actually was using that on me. Some of the basic enemies, I've seen them have similar things. Kind of like a homing soul mass, but swords. And then we got no more incantations, unfortunately. Oh, we got something that's gonna probably heal the character, give some defense bonuses or whatever. Have I already killed a demigod? I killed Godric, which I believe counts, right? Unless maybe it doesn't. Gold sewing needle and golden tailoring tools. Probably skip them. Where are they? How am I finding the game? Get good. It's amazing, dude. It's gonna be really hard to stop playing today. Oh, here we go. It's a key item. Special sewing needle needed for a demigod attire. One of the tools brought by Radagon when he entered into marriage with Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carian line. And then with the tools, even demigod attire can be altered at the site of grace. So, key item for changing apparel at the checkpoint that is related to the gods. Something like that. Don't need absolution. So this is kind of like if you kill an NPC or something like that, I'm assuming. Sort of similar to the other games, how you get Oswald the Kareem for the absolution, or you have... who else absolves the sin? I think it's... in DS3, it is the Slug Lady, right? I'm trying to remember her name. It's in Cathedral of the Deep. What's her name? I can't remember her name, man. There's so much information my brain's absorbed from this, I forget what the name is. The Slug person in DS3. So yeah, you can basically have all the sins unwritten, probably at a cost of runes. I'm going to jump on the turtle now. Oh, sorry, the statue in settlement, not Rosaria. Sorry, not Rosaria. The statue in the settlement. Oh, the turtle's definitely going to kill me if I jump on him. I can see the horse vibrating already. Yeah, that's not good. We don't want that. Is he sleeping? He actually went... I think he went to sleep, dude. What? Kill... I'm not going to kill the turtle. I don't want to do that. For all we know, he's like really powerful, or it's going to be sad. Man, look at the stars, too. Oh my god. What's this thing? Oh, it's a person. I was like, what is it? What is that? I think we can keep going forward up here, too. What was that about Radin? He's or Radahan, he's a second demigod? Apparently. Or second Elden Lord. Sorry, not second demigod, second Elden Lord. Which might mean he's a second demigod as well. I don't know. That attributes to that. It probably doesn't. Whoa. Okay, I saw that in the trailer. I was wondering if we could jump up there. Is there a building inside? What is going on there? Why am I dying? Did I listen to every piece of dialogue the turtle had? I believe I did, yeah. Where on the map am I? Whoa. Oh my god. I am really far north right now. I can't open it because I'm in battle. That guy's sniping me from across the entire canyon here. Sniper ahead. Nah, good tip, man. Too late, though. You're going to get shot as soon as you go over here. Oh, the range on this guy, I can't even see him. Got something stuck in your back there. Yeah, go figure. Wonder why. Okay, so off to here, there's another castle. Acupuncture? Oh man, oh man. The budget go. Hawkeye go. That's like a basic enemy though. It's not even necessarily like a big dude. How do we get over there though? Now it disappeared. Maybe we're not even taking the right way. There's a path. Oh, there's a path if we go this way. So wait, we can find the map shard. The map fragment, it's over here. And then I can always just go back to this area. So I'm going to travel here and then get the map. Might as well go do that for the other areas too. Hardest boss I've killed so far. The ulcerated tree spirit was the hardest thing so far. Which may be a spoiler for people that haven't found it because you need the stone sword key as a starting gift, or you have to come back to the first area to do it. But that by far was the hardest thing. Going for a swim. That flower doesn't look safe. Map fragment is south as well. Oh, you mean for the other place? For the southern place on the east side? Next to the area you started? Yeah, we gotta go to that one too. These guys aren't as beefy. Look how scary that is. Oh my god. Bunch of aliens. And I bet you someone's gonna be like, that's the cutest character. I'm just gonna cry. Any rules about backseat gaming? I would prefer no suggestions unless I ask. I know some people might still try to, but it'd be nice. These things are pretty creepy, man. Stop killing the toddlers. You had to buy this beauty on your PlayStation because your PC couldn't handle it? Oh, dude, I wouldn't worry about that. It's still going to be fun, regardless. But yeah, I think particularly the console version right now is doing a little bit better in the case of the stutters. I'm not sure about PS4 and the original Xbox One, but for the PS5 and whatever the new Xbox is called, I think that they're handling it pretty well. But either way, even if you had a PS4 and your PC can't handle it, probably is still a better deal, right? Elden Ring's impression of the Binding of Isaac, yeah. Liurnia North. Ooh. Okay. And then there's also still a fragment for this part too. We're going to go get that. Let's go pick up all the fragments. Dude, we didn't even like kill a legit boss yet, like, or even find anything. Well, we killed one, but like we didn't kill anything crazy. Just been exploring. Okay, so we're going west. Your friend was hesitant about buying it on console because he heard things, but he's enjoying it now. Seems like a good decision. Yeah, I would just check out the gameplay first and how it runs on whatever platform you're getting it on. Oh, someone was asking about crabs, man. There's a crab right there. Easy. What is this? Glintstone Firefly. Liurnia East. That basically clarifies everything we've gone through here. So apparently there was another thing that we could have gone to by the Artist Shack and then across here. So might be worth checking that out before we're done here. That's right beside where my my stuff is that dropped. Saracog, dude, I just think it's the best game. I don't even, disregarding the Soul series, it's just the best game, man. That's my opinion. Game of the year. Every time you get on the horse, you should say, my name is Gyobu Masatake Oniwa. As long as I breathe, you will not make it past the castle gate. Dude, honestly, that would be funny. There's going to be a mod where every time you use the item, that'll happen. Should you buy this for PS4 Pro or RTX 3060? Is that your PC gifted? Are you trying to say you have a PC with a 3060 in it? Or you're saying should you buy the game or a 3060? Oh, I would get it for the PC then, definitely. That's going to probably be better than a PS4 Pro, the 3060. The 30 series cards do really well with this game, apparently. Like, there's been reports of people not having some of the issues because they have a 30 series card in a pretty decent CPU. How do we get down there? Someone else using the halberd. Yeah, we have a few items for the weapons. Can only really use the war pick, the longsword, lucerne, which is pretty similar to this one, and then the golden halberd, which is cool. But because I've gotten a ability on this one where I can get the holy damage, I can just do this and also launch projectiles. But it'd be really cool though if I could in the offhand use this and then use the other weapon art, but then still get the benefits when I switch back weapons. So you'd go like this first, buff yourself, switch it. Oh wait, maybe I can. Okay, I'm wrong. I can do that. Then how much is the damage now? Okay, it doesn't really do much. Might overwrite it, I don't know. But yeah, that's... How does lucerne compare to the halberd? It's probably a bit better than the default halberd. Like, the damage looks like it's higher than it was before I upgraded the halberd originally, but it's +4 on this right now, so... I could try the moveset on it and show you what it does. Yeah, it's got the same moveset as the halberd, except for it doesn't do the pokes. for the light attacks. The charge is just an overhead, which is similar to this other one. But this other one does like more of a horizontal one, I think. Oh no, it's the same thing. Exact same thing as that. Okay. We gotta find out how to get down there now. Oh. Oh, I got the glitch for the horse. I was told about this.
So the world might be mended.
Quick, escape. Use something.
So the world might
I'm probably
be
gonna die in a
mended.
second.
22 months admin finally watching you play the Elden Ring.
I heard about that one. Someone told me. Invisible horse. I think it's if you run into like an object and then you use it really quickly. It'll do that. See the power stance halberd movesets? I could try. Ooh. So it's just the light attack, I guess. The power stance is it. That's cool. Yo, Freddy, what are you doing, dude? 22 months and wait, yo, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What are you doing, Freddy? Dude. 22 months and we're finally watching you play the Eldest Ring. I know, right? Thank you for the 22 months, man. I can't believe it's been that long since you first subbed. Dude, you gifted 69 subs. What is this? Also, dude, like that's also not just like the only crazy thing. He's gifted 1,218 subs. Oh, Freddy, what are you doing, man? That's crazy. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna give you a shout out because I don't think you stream right now. If you do, well, then we can get to that too. But if you haven't listened to Freddy Dread's music, if you like doom rap, or just like, you know, more underground kind of rap, like a little bit of a different style, I heavily recommend checking out Freddy's music. It's super good. He's got some really creative music videos too. If you're into like animation or like claymation specifically, he's got 2 music videos I was watching fairly recently. I showed my buddy, and my one friend's scared of claymation. He couldn't watch it. He was like, yo, it's too scary, man. It looks too real. But I really, really enjoyed it. And I can't wait to see what other stuff he makes in the future. It's an honor to have him here and watching, for one. He's pretty damn cool. But then also doing that, that's why I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Please say thank you if you got a gifted sub. Maybe listen to his new music when it comes out. I heard your newest track that's on the YouTube, dude, is actually really, really cool. And yeah, I think the whatever album it ends up on or whatever you do next, I think it might be the best music you made after listening to everything, or at least everything I could find. You shed a tear. Yeah, I know. I like the style though. It's more chill. It's kind of like reminded me more of like instead of being like more like horror based or whatever, or more like brutal. It's more like it's more chill. It's like more laid back. I like that. Can't wait till they mod Yoshi instead of the horse. There's definitely going to be a Yoshi mod. I can see that. I think we have to still go off here and then turn, yeah. Is that the real Freddy Dread? It is the real Freddy Dread, yeah. Which I didn't actually know what that meant until I checked his music out. I'm like, oh, I see. Okay. That's pretty good. And I'm a huge fan of rap, so I mean, like, I never had heard doom rap before. Like, the most doomiest thing I had heard was probably, like, maybe Odd Future, which I don't even know if that counts, because they made some pretty dark lyrics and themes to some of the things. But I like a lot of the weird stuff too, and his newest music is actually really sick. Like I really enjoy it. And then some of the older stuff too has some crazy music videos. Gotta check it out. Doom Guy's making rap. If Doom Guy was making rap, it would just be Stomp, Crush, Kill. My name's Phil. Hit you so hard, I'll turn you into a chill. I don't know what that is. I'll turn you into an oil spill. Turn you into a spill. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, I'm about to fall off here. Curious, curious how speedrunning Elden Ring will pan out. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a matter of how quickly can you navigate the map on the horse. What kind of shortcuts are there, and then are there different skips that aren't possible in the other games because of the environment, right? Because you can jump a lot more. You can do some weird things to the horse. I was actually wondering, can you double jump on the horse, then jump again off the horse and make it disappear, like triple jump? Like if you run and then... I don't think you can get off the horse in midair. That'd be insane if someone could figure that out. So it's like 1, 2, and then you switch off of it. Those are some special looking flowers, man. Okay, these are very similar to where we were at with the turtle. At that one like church looking place, but these ones are glowing though. One thing you never understood about these games is who built the buildings in the world if everything in the game is a monster. Who built the buildings and world, etc. if everything in the game is a monster trying to mindlessly kill you? A madman, dude. Apparently. Carrion Study Hall. Cool. One of the best runners and professional rapper. That was a pretty bad freestyle, to be honest. That was the Doom guy trying to start his career and failing. How am I liking this so far? I love it. It's the best game ever, dude. It's literally the best game ever. It's just so crazy that every time I find something, I'm like, okay, this is the coolest thing, and then it gets overwritten with another cool thing. And for example, I've been playing for 4 hours plus, like almost 4 hours 20 minutes now, and I haven't killed a major boss or seen a major event or a cutscene, and I've had more fun than doing that on other games where I'm only doing the main stuff. It's like just exploring and everything is like the same value as it used to be to just progress in the other games for me. And that's huge because I don't really like open world games anymore as much because it feels like it sacrifices the quality for the scale of the game. But this has the scale and the quality. So yeah, it's cool, man. I just want to see if we can find one more boss fight at least before we finish, so that at least there's a couple in the video. Oh, the chandeliers they're even moving. That's pretty cool. As they should be. We need some chandeliers that are not static. Same here for you. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You had to refund the game because it felt like a game that requires a lot of hours. You felt like you could use that amount of time being better at your instrument than playing Elden Ring Scrub. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have like the time to play games, 100% agree. If I didn't full-time stream, I wouldn't have the time to play games either. I'd be doing other stuff. Same thing as before I streamed. So, I mean, definitely gotta either take small cracks at it and be okay with progressing maybe like an hour or two here and there, or you literally just leave it for another time when you're more free. Because I think some people, if you're really into games that are like this and you get sucked in, then yeah, you're going to spend too much time on it. That's why I'm giving myself a limit for how long I can stream. I'm only going to stream for another little bit of time, and then we're going to be done here, even though I could do twice the amount of time easily. Like, mentally I could do it, but is it going to be worth it to me? It's going to be the same thing, spreading it out over time. But I'll get to still, do some other things. Just be a human, too, not just a grind machine on the channel. Which, we were talking about other people were saying Zeus has been streaming for over 20 hours now. It's like, how's that going? It's like, probably likes the game a lot, but like, are you coherent enough to really absorb it? It's like, probably not as much as you were at 10 hours or 5 hours, right? That's my guess. And I'll easily go into that territory without even realizing, so I have to like preset the amount of time for certain things. This guy's kind of hard to kill, dude. He's strong. Dude, what? Okay, is this game hard? I think it's challenging. I think it can be very challenging. I wouldn't say it's like hard in the way that it would be unfun for me. Like, it's not made for the sake of difficulty. That's not the point of the game, but the game does come with a challenge. That'd be my review of it. There are games made to be hard just to flex how hard they are, and that's the whole point of it. And they have a category called rage games. Like, they will make you angry. This isn't by far not that. It's just a beautiful game that has a challenge to it. And that is really well executed with the style and the detail they put into all the enemies and everything. Like, a lot of utilization of that detail in the combat. So, for example, there was enemies we were fighting that had 4 arms, and they were shooting 2 bows at once. Like, that's so cool. Because they can shoot twice as fast as a regular guy with a bow, but the actual design of the enemy and the detail and the creativity lends itself to the gameplay quite a bit. So you don't have something that looks really cool that's not really like doing much. It's actually utilizing its design. And then you have things that do look relatively harmless that might actually surprise you too. So I think that's awesome, man. It gives it a lot more believability inside its fictional world and everything. Yeah, this is a bit faster paced than DS by a tiny bit. It's not like the jump from DS to Sekiro maybe, but it's definitely a little bit faster paced. Can you jump to the water below the elevator? Down here? Well, I can jump onto here, I know that. But I cannot jump into the water. I'm a human Kirby, apparently. In the same area after getting Godric done, and it's rough. You feel like you should be somewhere else. Oh, you mean like you feel like you should have progressed farther? Is that what you mean? Well, for me, I don't have a frame of reference of anything, so I'm just kind of taking it as it goes, right? He did 32 hours in total. How he didn't pass out's beyond me. Oh, I think a lot of people could do it, but it's like, at what cost, right? I have to think of how much am I enjoying what I'm doing at that point, even though I would be doing the same things the next day. That's why I think even in 24-hour streams, if we're trying to imagine how effective the growth for the channel would be, and then your engagement and everything, which is the most important stuff with the channel building aspect, and then also people enjoying it, you could do 2 12-hour streams, and that's still better than a 24-hour stream because you're hitting the peak time the same time both days. People can sleep so that your audience doesn't get fatigued and have to feel pressure to stay up. And you're more refreshed, even though that's still a ridiculous amount of time. I wouldn't even do 12 hours, but 2 12 hours are infinitely better than 124 regardless. Now, if you can stream sleeping, because now there's a sleeping category, you could do 12 hours, you know, and then like stream like IRL, like cooking, eating, fitness, go to sleep, wake up, stream 12 hours, fitness, cooking, go to sleep, and then never not be live. I think there's like a cap on how long the VOD can be, but you can stream yourself sleeping now. So that's a whole different ball game, because that was illegal before. Like, that wasn't allowed in the terms of service. People would get in trouble if they fell asleep for like a long time, as far as I know. So now that that's introduced, people are doing like uncapped subathons that go on forever, pretty much. And if you have a streaming backpack or a mobile setup, you could stream everything you do with any of the people you see. You could still have a social life and technically document all of it constantly and still be live. But that's kind of scary, though. So I think that it's even scarier than that to go for, like we said, 32 hours without sleep and, you know, not break it up between other things, too. That's pretty crazy. Because you take a health risk immediately. Even just in regular life, not sleeping higher quality amounts of time and as deep is just already a risk, even if you are sleeping. And then now you're taking that, depriving yourself of it, and also not getting as much mobility or exercise. The thing with Zeus, the good thing he does stream standing as far as I know, but standing still for a long time is still not good either, so you want to vary it. So I'm not sure if he did a bit of like movement in between or whatever. I haven't seen it. I'd have to check it out. But I'll probably have to watch that after I've beaten the game. Like, you'd probably want a desk treadmill. You'd want to be walking while you're playing, and then also do other things like every so many hours, right? Because even what I'm doing is unhealthy right now. Like, this is already unhealthy, and I'm going to be done soon. So there's a risk with a lot of this stuff. I want to see if I can find a checkpoint inside here. Oh, that hits through the wall. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we gotta kill this this magic dude. Plan to do a no-hit run on this? I don't really have plans for anything particular right now until I beat the game, but I definitely will try a lot of different stuff on it. I can't tell you when or what. I'm already a full-time streamer. I've been full-time for a long time, dude. I just do less hours now. I split it up between other things, and then I do YouTube part-time. I could live off YouTube by itself, but I just do this, and then try to put a few hours, obviously, and then... I mean, it's a constant thing. You're always constantly doing something at some part of the day, even when you're not actually live, to be able to maintain things, and then you can take breaks. But it can be a constant, all the time thing, even without actually being live or playing something, technically, if you want it to be. But that's why you start trying to outsource and like get other people to help you with editing, for example, when you can, or get artists, or get people to help maybe community manage for you if you're trying to outreach to companies and do brand deals or whatever the case, so you don't have to spend as many hours working on the back end of that, which I'm lucky to have at the moment. But yeah. So the stream, the hours aren't necessarily as high as some people, but it is a full-time effort. Like I can live from either of the major sources of income, and then I also do some other things too. And I'm very appreciative and fortunate to have you guys like the content enough to do that. And I hope I can continue to make stuff that's even better than previously. That's the goal. Okay, I need to get to a safe spot where we can fight this guy. What armor is this? It is the Fire Monk armor that I got. How many hours to beat the game? I don't know, man. I'm gonna guess 100 if you're exploring. That would be my my bet. I'm basing that off of what Iron Pineapple said. He was at 60 hours and he said he didn't see any end in sight, and he guessed there could be another, 10 to 20 hours at least before he finds the end. But maybe even more than that, depending on how much you want to explore. If you do a lot of optional stuff, I'm sure you can get way more playtime. When Breath of the Wild came out, you played it for 16 hours a day, 2 weeks straight. Would not recommend. Yeah, man. It's... Your body can take it a little bit when you're younger, but no matter what, you're taking a risk, right? Like I said, you could still even sleep and still be taking a risk, even thinking you're getting sleep, if you don't know how high the quality of sleep is. So, I mean, at that point, then it's just compounding the risk, right? Dude, that sword is so fast. That's gonna be such a BS thing in PvP. I can deal with the little soul shower thing, but and this bow, but the other magic thing he has is unbelievable, and that's gonna kill me. Yep. This is the craziest NPC I've seen in the entire game. You're much more likely to make mistakes when tired anyways, making the game overall take you longer. Yeah, and I'm going to do silly things and not, fully pay attention to everything already when I'm coherent. So that's the whole point, is like, that's just going to get even worse. So maybe you can be super high functioning on that level of sleep, but I certainly cannot, It would have to be a really rare situation. You shouldn't be here right now? Okay, maybe I'll take the note on that and we'll go back to do some other stuff. Whew, I wanted to find at least one more thing before we finished. We didn't really lose that many runes anyways. We can always just take the L on that, come back to it after. I just saw this on the map. I was like, I want to see what's in this tower here. And I could see it when I was running down here. I'm like, can we actually go there? And now that we can see the map, you actually can. I don't know what that is, though. Just this whole part of the map in general is kind of difficult. I think the area with the water, though, is pretty easy. So it might be smarter to try to go into this place specifically. But the academy, they're saying that if I don't have the key, then it doesn't matter. That monk dude that was trying to help me, and then he wanted me to donate it after I used it or something like that. So maybe we should try going south really quick over here. Get the map fragment for this area on this path here, and then go south. You ever have FPS stutter issues and fix them? It's unplayable for you right now, Jax. The best things I can tell you to reduce it a little bit until they patch the game, which they said they were going to do. You go into the advanced settings, you turn off anti-aliasing. I don't know why it switched for me. It switched back to high when I restarted the game, so yeah, that should be on off for you, and then depth of field should be off as well. I just have it on low because I like the way it looks, but those will help a little bit. You can also go into your Windows search bar and then type in graphics, open the Windows graphics control page, go to browse at the bottom, and then find the actual exe, the launcher for the game in the game folder location. Click on it, and then put your GPU to performance versus quality or something like that. And then by default, Windows should have it on automatic, so it just designates which one. See if that works. For me, it crashed my game, like it wouldn't open. But I have a friend that has a different graphics card. He's got a 1080, I think, instead of a 2080, and for him, it actually helped him for the frames. And if that doesn't help... Oh, also disable Steam Overlay. Definitely always for any game that is not performing super well, disable Steam Overlay. And that should help a little bit too. That's in the Steam settings, or you can even right-click Elden Ring in the library. Ooh. Big bear. Big bear and little bear. Big bear is hurting little bear. Dude, what? Okay, I gotta kill the little one. Dude, there's so many big bears over here. Okay, wait, you know what? We'll come back. We'll come back, man. I just want the map fragment. That's it. It's right there. Any death counter? I don't have a death counter, no. Wasn't too worried about the deaths. It's probably going to be several hundreds, if not 1,000 by the end. Actually, maybe not 1,000. I'll say like the low hundreds to mid hundreds for the full playthrough. Be pretty respectable for me. I'm sure some people could rack up thousands though. I've seen some first plays of DS1 that had over 1,000. Oh my god. No, it disappeared. I wanted the thing. It's not there anymore. Could rack up 1,000? Yeah. I'm sure we all could if we actually played enough. Okay, I'm gonna head that way. What's over here? Spiked cracked tier. And green spill crystal tier. So that means I can actually mix those into the flask. That's really good, actually. Because I didn't have another item to mix the physic flask. Tarnished gold sunflower. Still retains Holy Essence. Okay, it doesn't really say anything. Could do a hit and run with your horse. That's hilarious, man. Every time you join the stream, all you say is, I am the master of souls, people's champion. I appreciate it, man. There's a lot of people that are really good at the previous games, for sure, man. Like, some that just blow my mind as well, as much as you might be impressed by anything I've done. So I think it's just a really cool community overall. And I hope that some of the people that didn't really get as much recognition can get it with this game. That's what we were talking about before it came out. I was saying the people that maybe want to do the run super early and race to get it, like, they're probably gonna be the people that want to make some sort of name or get recognition in this game right away, that didn't already have it previously, or were maybe newer to streaming or playing the games. And I hope they can do that. And there's still people that have done stuff for a while that could definitely be better known. Waypoint Ruins. We didn't get to go to there yet, but I'm heading away from here. There's a building right there. There's also one right there too. Where'd it go? Okay, I'm just gonna head to the end of the trail here. What does killing mini bosses do? It's just progression. Like, you get items and stuff like that. You get abilities. You might be able to safely travel through in a certain area or whatever. Depends on what kind it is. Like, I got the weapon of one of the bosses I killed this stream, the Bloodhound's Fang. That's the coolest weapon I've seen so far. Which is pretty awesome, because you typically, like, the weapon drops are random, or you find them on the ground in the other game. So to kill somebody and they give you their weapon directly without having to create it or something, it's pretty satisfying. So it gives you like a reason to kill the smaller enemies that are unique. Okay, let's try to mix the flask. Where was the boss at? You found him before, but you couldn't find him again. Frostblade, the one that I killed for the Bloodfang thing. I can show you 1 second. Just gonna mix these together. Temporary boost stamina in mixed physic. Enhances charge attacks for a time. Okay, I do use those a lot. So we already have the stamina thing from the turtle item that we got in that one little tomb thing. So gonna mix this and then the charge attack. And now there's a reason to use the flask of physic. Yeah, we have this turtle talisman. And then the place you're asking about is right here. Forlorn Hound Evergale, or Evergal. And then beside there's still a path that goes south into the next part of the map over here, which we can do next time. I just want to see what's in this house, though. Yeah, Gale is jail. I was going to pronounce it as jail. I think I did, actually, earlier, too. Because the Hypogean jail in... or Hypogean jail in Bloodborne. But it just sounds funny saying that. Okay, we got another golden seed. Nice. How good are these charge attacks? Oh, I didn't use the flask, though. That's... Flask of Cerulean Tears +2. Oh, wait. That's not the right one. That's the empty. You can put on the empty one. That's cool. This is the one. There we go. Oh, I missed. Fort Height. Ooh, this was the place that dude was talking about. That he wanted us to go and see. Our buddy that was yelling on the bridge. We must reclaim it for him. I sense gunpowder, dude. Where's the firebomb? Oh, there we go. Okay. PewDiePie? The guy that looked like XQC. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. First time putting fire on the weapon. Oh, shit. Okay, he wasn't that crazy. Art of War, Bloody Slash. That was the thing that he used against me there in the beginning. Oh, I used both the fire things. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Godric Knight Gauntlets. Nice. Those look pretty beefy. 3.9, but it's got pretty good resistances. A little bit better. Still use them too. Nice and shiny. How am I finding the difficulty with? Oh, it's perfect, man. It's exactly like I couldn't imagine it better. If I made this game, I wouldn't have done as good of a job. Or if I imagined it in my head, it wouldn't be like this. So. Yeah. The only thing I had a suspicion about was mainly the twist of the story, which I'm still keeping to myself because I want to see if I'm right about it, but I don't want to tell people and them tell me that I'm right or wrong ahead of time. But I have a very big prediction for the storyline. Dectus Medallion left. Interesting. Try jumping. That doesn't... Oh, I guess you can jump right here. Didn't look too safe. Where did the medallion go? It's in the inventory. Probably key items, yeah. There we go. Join the medallions to operate Grand Lift of Dectus. So I'm assuming the other medallion's in another tower on the other side of this, or maybe in a whole nother fort, I don't know. Oh, what's up? When you miss the backstab. The sadness. Oh, can I not jump up? There we go. Oh. Oh, I said it left. Oh, you're making a joke. I see. I see. Clever. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Nice. Commoner's Shoes. What is this? I think that's all we can do right there. We might have to actually go to another place to get the other part of the medallion. Alright guys, well I think that's it for today. I mean, we played for like almost 5 hours. I was going to make this a shorter one, but I played a bit longer than I planned to. Tomorrow's stream should be slightly longer than this, but I'm hoping to kind of progress through more of the main stuff. So, I mean, we did quite a bit when it came to opening the map. So now we have all this visibility here. We got the fragment for this one. We got so many more of the checkpoints, tons of equipment, quite a bit of levels. And then, yeah, we found some really cool stuff. This place is scary, though. This archive thing, this tower in Liurnia, that's not good. So I think we're gonna go south for the next time, and then we'll check up, or we'll check back on this area and this area later once it gets stronger. But yeah, that was the day 3 of Elden Ring. Again, I could play this forever, but I don't want to overdo it. I definitely want to enjoy it and take my time. So I'll leave you with this nice view of the sky and the birds and the water, which actually looks pretty decent too. That's pretty cool, man. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. We're actually going to be putting this part on YouTube. The part 1 and 2 are already on there. The part 3 will be on there. So everything we've seen today, tomorrow morning. Here is the Twitter if you want to know when I go live. Here's the YouTube to see anything regarding this game, all the other Souls games. I did actually complete a blindfolded run on DS3 with Cheese Whiz. So we did all blindfolded boss fights. We beat all the required bosses, got the credits, and then we did some more. That's on there if you missed it. There's an Elden Ring playlist now as well. And here's the Instagram if you want to follow that too, if you have one. And wait, I just like completely ripped my headphone out during the music. Okay, I'm gonna post up here. This is the best gesture, by the way. We're just gonna post up here, and I'm gonna find someone that we can host and surprise. Thank you so much again.